and participants, and welcome all to the Managed and Shared Services Conclave, New Normal, Rebooting Operations through Managed and Shared Services. It is my proud privilege to take this opportunity to warmly welcome Sri Tushar Kanti Behera, Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT, Sports and Youth Services, Government of Orissa, for having kindly agreed to be our guest of honor in this inaugural session despite his extremely busy schedule. Sir, thank you very much for joining us today in this conclave. It is a pleasure and honor for me to welcome Mr. Sayedin Abbasi, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Government of Assam. Thank you, sir, for kindly agreeing to take time out of your busy schedule to address the session today. We are keenly looking forward to hearing your perspectives, which would go a long way in achieving the objectives of this conclave. A special thanks to all the dignitaries, CEOs for joining us today for this conclave. Friends, COVID-19 pandemic is changing the way we used to conduct business. Slowing down of economy, cash flow crunch, less demand, disruptive supply chain, and social distancing measures are forcing businesses to adopt cost optimization practices along with maximization of use of digital processes. To reboot the organizations in the new normal era, corporates are looking at the operations through a critical lens to restart the growth process. Corporates are in the process of reassessing and reassigning their organization journey towards growth by focusing on critical and essential activities and capitalizing the business value through rethinking on optimization of operational services. They are relooking at their operational processes to identify critically which processes can be put under shared services to use lesser number of employees to deliver better services through process orientation instead of current distributed working. Corporates are also assessing how to better use managed service providers to get cost advantage. At this juncture, it is essential for shared service leaders or managed service providers to focus more on technology, process standardization, and lean operations to create a win-win situation. 80% of world businesses feel that to outsource or not is no longer the question. The important question to ask is how much to outsource. Statistics prove IT industry outsourcing makes up 60% of the total outsourcing industry, while HR has a 47% share, legal services 63%, real estate and F&A make up for 60%. Large organizations are creating a mix and match of shared service centers and use of managed service providers to optimize resources and cost. Many of them are targeting to set up new shared services centers or captives to streamline processes. Usage of technology platforms for enabling shared services has also increased. Managed service providers are becoming innovative and are focusing on specific niche areas for outsourcing. Small businesses are looking for innovative ways to use outsourced services and different startup platforms to contain cost effectively. Outsourcing has thus become the key to success in the new post-COVID economic scenario. It is no longer an option, but is a necessity for businesses, organizations, industries, and any commercial establishment that needs to restart their growth story in the new normal scenario. As we slowly emerge from the lockdown and work from home situations, it is important to assess and analyze the successful measures, effective deployment of technology and manpower that have sustained the world of business during these testing times. Against this backdrop, CII is organizing the CII Managed and Shared Services Conclave today, which will focus on the stabilization and growth needs of organizations, especially when the stability of economic conditions becomes a key factor for survival for the businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome you all to this session, which I believe will lead to fruitful and productive deliberations. I would now like to invite Mr. Dipankar Chakravarti, Conference Chair and Executive Director, PwC, to deliver the theme address. Mr. Chakravarti.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. It's a great pleasure here in this very important conclave. Thank you, CII, for organizing this conclave. Thank you, Mr. Behra, to attend the session from your very busy schedule. We also have our Chief Secretary of Assam. Thank you for joining the session. As Mr. Roy told, that the is really going through a turmoil, and this is the time when people be more cost effective, efficient, and also.
Hello, Mr. Chakravarti, I think the connection is weak. Can you just, because your voice is not audible. It's breaking in between. Yeah, now much better. Hello. Sorry. Dipankar, you're there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you. I just shifted my. So as I was telling, that in this current, we are really looking at how to become cost effective and much more resilient. Frankly, three things which we are looking at in this COVID-19 scenario. One is how to have our cash flow continuing, how we can be more efficient in global supply chain, continuing our supply chain, and be resilient. The business continuity has changed its name. Frankly, when we used to give consult on business continuity, we were telling people that it should be a position where you can continue your business for a certain period of time when you are under pressure. But if you see today, the whole situation has changed. It's how long you can continue with your alternate procedures is the main focus of business continuity. Really, COVID-19 taught us that. And that really stems into a situation where you have shared and managed services working with you so that you gain all the benefits what you're looking at. If you see what happened in recent last 8 months, the companies who are digitally footprinted, who have their shared or managed services properly designed, they survived much better than who just started to look at it. And frankly, managed service or shared service has graduated from just a back office operation automation to a completely business transformational view. So what is happening today? What we're seeing, looking at the processes, they are thinking how it can be revolutionized to become much more cost effective, stronger bottom line, and also have efficient turnaround time. So what we need to look at the core business processes, find out where are the wastages, and convert that to a set of processes which can be transferred or transformed to be operated by a set of people who are not in the organization. So what happens? One, you get a skill benefit. you don't have to have people in your organization with those skills. Two, you get a much more focus on your core business, your satellite operations, your tertiary operations are taken care of by somebody else. Three, you have a huge amount of contingent workforce available. So this gives you a better lookout for faster turnaround into the market with the cost optimized scenario. But that's not the end of it. What's happening? The whole technology stack is changing. We are seeing more and more emerging technologies coming out. And as seeing that the technology is taking over the manual operations, we are finding out new models are coming on managed and share services. What we are seeing that Edify is scaling from 2020 to 2030, we have around 11% CAGR growth in managed services market. So the volume of business will grow from around 200 billion US dollar to 400 billion US dollar. So we really need to look at it. It's a real large play for everybody who are in this space. And I'm sure behind India is a hub for all. There are lots of captives who are working in India. It's hub for shared managed services, and we should now really focus on how to optimize our technology, make things much better, and create a managed services model which helps the whole industry to grow faster. And by that, we really garner much more jobs and also create a wealth in the society. In this context, today we are going to organize this session. We have very eminent speakers lined up. There are three sessions you will see. First one is CEOs Roundup, where we'll sit with the CEOs to discuss what are the strategies you need to follow, where you think you should put into managed services and share services, which are the ways you can efficiently use them, people, process, technology view. Then we'll have a session where we are looking at how shared and managed services can be parts together, where what is the what is the way you can build a good process and strategy to have both of them harnessed together. And finally, we have a technology session which shows how technology is enabling your managed services. I'm sure we have a fantastic session going ahead. Thank you for joining this, and I'm looking forward to have a good discussion in this session. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Abhishek.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. I think your mic needs a little bit of correction because there's a lot of background noise which is coming. So just check that once you are through. I would now request our keynote speaker, Mr. Sayedin Abbasi, to address us and share with us the opportunities in Assam. Mr. Abbasi, you are there?
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as far as I am concerned, I'm not really an expert on managed services and shared services, etc. But what I would like to talk about is the sort of general trends which have emerged in this post-COVID world. I think the way people interact with each other has changed significantly. The way we work, the way we eat, the way we shop, the way we interact with people, social interaction, all that has become far more virtual. I mean, 8 months back or 10 months back, thinking of even having a video conferencing with friends was something which one would not do. One would pick up the phone and talk to somebody. One would go to a party and meet people, etc. But all that has changed. And today, a lot of people are talking online. There is less travel. There is less physical shopping. There is less, going out to restaurants and parties and so on, naturally, because of the way COVID has sort of evolved. While there is some indication that things may change with the vaccine coming in, etc., but I do believe that these 8 months would mark a fundamental change in how human beings really interact with each other as well as conduct their businesses. That being said, if you look at the way the scenario has evolved, initially when COVID hit, there was a significant breakdown in supply chain logistics all over the world. I mean, the world was a very connected world, and suddenly you found that goods could not be moved, goods could not be transported, international cargo movement was stopped, and so on and so forth. And especially smaller businesses were really badly hit because uh, they did not have the wherewithal to sort of handle this problem. So, what we saw was that it is the medium and small businesses which really have been significantly hammered by this post in this post-COVID world. And I feel that if we are to look at ensuring some sense of normality, in some sense of better development of these businesses and the common man not being so badly impacted, we will have to look at a scenario where uh, a lot of work which was done earlier by businesses, uh, talking to your vendor and looking at supply chain logistics, looking at your IT infrastructure, etc. A lot of that will have to change. So the first thing which is happening is tech has become even more important in our lives than it was 10 months back. You look at, I was reading somewhere about, tech startups, or the biggest sort of funding which has come in India in startups is in the education sector. And a lot of that has gone into the IT sort of education space. Now, while there may be a lot of people who would be able to develop content, but to disseminate it, to host it, and to share it in a meaningful manner, in an interactive manner, requires the kind of skill sets which the education sector currently lacks. So again, here there is an opportunity for businesses to look at, uh, you know, uh, how they will interact with big firms, with people who have the infrastructure, the expertise, and the wherewithal to realize your objective, which is of, like in the education sector, of moving your your content to people in an interactive manner and so forth. So this is something in which there is a huge opportunity in the country. Assam also is currently looking at a lot of online classes happening. This is something where there is an opportunity as far as Assam is concerned. Barring that, we have a lot of IT infrastructure which is coming up in Assam, in Guwahati now, coming specifically to Assam, and what are the opportunities here? We have a lot of sort of infrastructure which is coming up in our tech city, high tech city, which we are building in Guwahati, where basic infrastructure is ready. We were looking at, going through a marketing phase and, inviting investors to set up infrastructure here as well. But that is something which took a back seat. But this infrastructure is ready. Companies can come and invest. I think we have already built about, we have built about 50,000 square feet of space. We are in the process of building another couple of 100,000 square feet of space, which is currently under construction. So this is something in which companies from outside the state can participate. Added to that is the fact that Assam, I think you may have seen the recent India Today coverage of how various states have handled COVID, and Assam actually stood first in terms of the manner in which COVID was handled in the state. We are still quite vigilant. We still ensure that there are certain checks to ensure that uh, this is something which does not spread very quickly. We have excellent infrastructure, connectivity, and so on, to ensure that businesses which come and invest in this state will not only find that the working environment is much better, things are more normal because COVID is not such a is not running riot like it is in Delhi and a number of other states, but also that the cost of doing business in a state like Assam is significantly lower than states which have been more developed in terms of the IT front. There is also a significant pool of manpower available, which is English speaking, which is tech savvy. A lot of them have also returned from other states where they were working in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, Delhi, and so on. And they are also looking for opportunities within the state. So this is something that the state can offer. We have excellent health facilities, excellent education facilities, which can also be taken advantage of. And Guwahati is a great city to live in terms of air quality, in terms of lack of pollution, and so on. So here again, I would pitch that Assam and Guwahati are places where businesses can invest. In terms of managed services and shared services, I don't know. I am not an expert really on where the industry is leading. I am sure that a number of CEOs, where we will be having a CEO roundtable in the next session, would be able to sort of advise us as to how we can move forward to increase value addition in this sector. That is something which I look forward to hearing from the various speakers in the next session. And the state would be willing to, modify its various policies with regard to investment in the IT sector in the state. I would also like to mention that we have recently approved an IT policy, and the rules in that policy have also been framed and published. There are a significant number of benefits which come to investors in the state in terms of cost of land, as there is benefits which go into investments and tax incentives which are given in the state. Those are available on the website and can be looked at by the participants. So I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to come here just to highlight what is the kind of infrastructure which the state can offer, what are the opportunities which the state can offer. And I look forward to hearing from the CEOs in the roundtable as to how to take this forward to ensure that not only do the investors and the industry benefit, but also the state benefits in terms of employment and investment within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbasi. It was indeed very encouraging to understand the opportunities that the state can provide, and I'm sure you will enjoy the CEO session as well. I would now invite our guest of honor, Sri Tushar Kanti Behra, to address us and share the enormous potential of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Raj. Audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Good morning, all dignitaries and participants. I would like to thank CII for inviting me to address and deliberate on such a very important topic, which will benefit and make the industry future ready. My warm greetings to Sri Keshav Mahanta, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Water Resources, Science and Technology, and Cultural Affairs, Government of Assam. Greetings to all the CEOs, delegates, and industry stalwarts. At the outset, I'd like to tell that Odisha government has initiated governance framework based on the 4 pillars of transparency, teamwork, technology, and time-bound action, ultimately leading to transformation, which is known as the 5T of our Honorable CM, Shri Naveen Patnaik. Technology plays a vital role during pandemic for better accountability from government officials and institutions for service delivery to the citizens. Various initiatives have been taken during COVID-19 outbreak across all the districts in Odisha. As businesses work toward operating in a changing environment following the COVID-19 pandemic, many of them are expected to outsource more work. The changing landscape of shared and managed services has prioritized data analytics, intelligent automation, and the information technology that powers them to be at the forefront of the digital revolution. Industry across the globe will seek outsourced talent to close skills gaps, reduce labor costs, and take advantage of international centers of expertise. At the same time, enterprises will need to reevaluate the requirements of the modern workforce, one that will inadvertently be coupled with the use of robotics and automated technology. On their way to digital transformation, enterprises will benefit from shared and managed services providers and operators to drive organization excellence, reduce costs, and scale efficiently to gain agility in an ever-changing environment. A 2020 report cites the expanded integration of robotics and artificial intelligence technologies among the opportunities for development. Task automation and robotic process automation have been at the spear tip of digital transformation of most of the organizations. The government of Odisha is committed to provide the best service with highest security. The National Data Center at Bhubaneswar, Odisha, has been set up to meet the growing needs of Digital India initiative. The data center is designed to provide full spectrum of hosting services, which extend from shared hosting, dedicated servers with managed hosting solutions, to infrastructure services like allocation and bandwidth, disaster recovery, etc. IT and IT-enabled sector is an ever-evolving industry, changing the face of knowledge economy. With the growing need for IT solutions across the globe, this sector has been in phenomenal growth in the recent past. India is one of the major contributors to the international IT services market today. Odisha has attracted some of the largest IT companies in India. Bhubaneswar is home to some of the largest IT companies in India like TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, and Mindtree. The state created state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities equipped with plug-and-play facilities and abundant power supply to ensure smooth operation of IT sector. Odisha has developed SEJs to cater to the demand of the sector. Large IT infrastructure initiatives such as Info Park, Info Valley, Info City, and IT investment regions are under development, giving a fillip to the IT and ITS sector. Warehouse and logistic hub is another area where Odisha is gradually progressing. Located on the east coast of India, Odisha has a coastline of 480 kilometers along the Bay of Bengal. Strategic location connecting south and east of India, Odisha has huge potential in creating the opportunities for logistic hub. I urge the industry offering shared and managed services to invest in Odisha in the future. Traditionally, the state has been known for its mineral and mining strength. Since the turn of the millennium, the focus of the state has shifted to manufacturing and services industrial growth. The state government has also taken several unique initiatives to ensure that a hassle-free and conducive business environment is provided to the investors setting up units in the state. The website, our Odisha One website, is one-stop location for all such information. On behalf of my government and under the able leadership of our CM, Shri Naveen Patnaik, we will extend all support for an industrial growth in my state with the help of CII. At the concluding step, I once again thank CII for inviting me to this session. I wish the program a grand success. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Dera. Indeed, it was very motivating to know the initiatives of the government of Odisha, the steps that have been taken in the past as well, which has attracted all the marquee names into Bhubaneswar for setting up their offices in that city. I would now request Mr. Dipankar Chakravarti, Chairman CII Managed and Shared Services Conclave and Executive Director PwC, to propose the vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, Abhijit. Am I audible now?
Yes, much better.
Thank you. So I changed the managed services on that. Ladies and gentlemen,
Good morning on a wintry, sunny morning in Calcutta. I would like to take this opportunity to host the formal vote of thanks at the session of Managed and Shared Services Conclave. The theme of the conclave is New Normal, Rebooting Operations through Shared and Managed Services. On behalf of CII and on my personal behalf, I would like to thank Sri Tushar Kanti Behera, Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT, Sports and Youth Services, Government of Odisha. Thank you, Mr. Behera, for your address. It was a pleasure to have you with us, and we look forward to closely working with you. As you also mentioned that with CII, you want to improve the more business opportunities in Odisha. We are all ear to you. We'll surely, after the session, we'll discuss and find out what the opportunities we can create. You have focused on a very important point, is transformation, government transformation, and the framework you told about transparency, technology, and teamwork. That's really very, very important and very progressive. If we can understand how these three pillars work together to make the fourth pillar better, we should be having a much better governance across, and we are seeing that benefits you are getting. Just to expand on this transformation will also provide lots of government-oriented managed services, like the the ULB services, water services. So things are really changing, and with the advent of more digitization, which you are looking at, the things, emerging technologies are taking the stage and making things much more easier for outsourcing the portion of services towards third parties. I'm really happy to hear about the national data center you spoke about in Bhubaneswar to serve Digital India. It has managed colocation services, it has proper security. So all these will foster the growth of IT services in Odisha. You have already a major players working there, and it is really music to ear to listen to you, to understand that how you are making multiple initiatives to give fillip to already budding IT industry in Odisha. The geographical advantage you told about to make it a logistics hub. This is the time where the logistics and supply chain will play a major role to survival of the companies, and I'm sure that will come up very fast. And your EODB practices, ease of doing business practices and steps are really making the business thriving. The ecosystem is thriving there. So we will surely work with you, sir. We are working with you. We'll work with you more to make these things possible, and whatever policy, etc., interference we can do, we'll be happy to do that. Thank you again for your very informative, insightful speech, sir. I would like to thank Mr. Saifuddin Abbasi, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Government of Assam, for taking out time from your busy schedule, sir. I really liked your approach. You have focused more on the interactions and on the SMEs. Yes, that's where our economy really thrives. You can make those SMEs much better way to work, to make them enabled. I think we will have a much better India in the near future. And frankly, this shared services, managed services, the two ways benefit the SMEs can get. One, they can come into the picture to give niche managed services or niche people with skill to help the larger businesses to flourish. And two, they can also take the benefit of different services. I mean, today with the advent of cloud, you will find out everything is as service. So you can get a much more cost-effective, cost-benefit services to flourish in this VUCA world. That's real point to take out from your work towards that. And you have really pointed out a very important aspect. The COVID-19 had disrupted the education probably the most, and that's what is our backbone. So if really the edutech companies with alliance of larger universities and multinationals can work together to make a better collaborative platform to spread digital education, I'm sure that will help the whole scenario, the post-COVID scenario, much better for India. You discussed about your high-tech city coming up in Guwahati. I know it's taking a backseat because of this current pandemic, but I'm sure you will focus on that with the changing scenario, and that will change the IT investment horizon for Assam. You touched upon two very important points. One is availability of English-speaking man in Assam. We all know that, and as it is a northeastern gateway, we can have multiple share services opportunity from across east, and locust is the policy we are obviously. So that will be an advantageous position for Assam. On top of that, you have discussed on the other ancillary services, healthcare, education. So those are really, really important for a large companies to migrate in Assam, and you are focusing on that. And it's really interesting to hear from you about the flexibility you told on moderating the policies and procedures depending upon how a business can flourish and what all important steps Assam can take to make a better hub for managed services in this region. Thank you, sir, for your insightful discussion on what all on offering and how you can make things more plausible and favorable to the business to have moved into Assam. And I would also like to thank Mr. Obhit Roy, Chairman, CII Eastern Region, and Managing Director and CEO of Pens India Limited, for guiding us and encouraging to take this initiative. This is the first time we are doing from CII Eastern Region Managed Services Conclave. And Obhit started the session with a very important point where he actually said how the changing economy is making managed services more relevant. What are the transformational steps we should take to move services towards managed services and make the organizations cost-effective and efficient. I'm sure down the line in this will have reverberation and thoughts on those themes, and we will get to know much better how we should work together to have the managed service hubs more better in India and more so in the Eastern region, so that we can have a wealth creation and flourishing economy here. Friends, we are discussing shared and managed services. It's always a forefront. It's really not a back office automation what we think about on managed and shared services. It's actually leading to formulating different processes which are innovative and guiding the industry through maze of an uncertain future. The COVID-19 has actually taught us multiple lessons. The major lesson what we learned is how to be resilient. And to really become resilient, you need to have your systems much more distributed and working with people who has niche skills to support you. And with each crisis, we are seeing how creative approaches make us overcome, so endure those crises. We have seen Y2K, at least I have seen Y2K. We have seen dot-com bubble burst. We have seen 2008 financial collapse, and I'm sure we'll rise through this COVID-19 also. And what we require there, a global footprint, a workforce which typically give you a much more resilience into the system, and you can focus on your core systems to work with rather than focusing on your supply chain management or your IT services management. So I'm sure it will help the organizations to share the resources to serve the rest of the companies. We should have a strategy. It's not really a lift and shift. It is more organizing, create proper policies, and thinking through how we can innovate and transform the organizations to take the advantage of these services. So we'll look for a much more judicious approach to provide organizations to have risk reduction and immunity against the turnover of people. Very, very important. This is a win-win situation between both the MSP vendor and the organizations who are looking at it. I'm sure today's conclave will see more of take lessons how to and how is both the sides. Delivering the services, looking at services, will understand better how to create a ecosystem which supports and services the managed service economy, and I am looking forward to have those discussions today. I'd like to thank all the delegates who have joined us today. Without you, the session will not be meaningful. I am thankful to all the speakers who have joined, all the session moderators for your time today, taking out your time from your busy schedule. Our sincere thanks to our sponsors, PwC, Tata Steel Utility and Infrastructure Services Limited, Group, support us in this initiative. Have very interesting next 3-hour session. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you once again. Let's move towards a better managed and shared services hub in this region. Thank you. Over to you, Abhijit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, that brings us to the conclusion, and we need to move on now to the next part of the event.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now we move to the CEO's roundtable session. We have Mr. Dipankar Chakravarti, the conference chair and executive director, the moderator of the session. We have Mr. Tarun Daga, managing director of Tata Steel Utility and Infrastructure Service Limited. We have Mr. Venkataraman SB, managing director, ANZ. We have Mr. Tarun Satya, managing director, strategy and consulting, CFO, Accenture. And we have Mr. Arindam Banerjee, managing director, Wells Fargo. Dipankar, over to you, please. May I request you to kindly moderate the session?
Thank you, Rahul. It's a interesting session we'll be having now. I welcome all my co-panelists in the session. Thank you for joining us today. In this session, we'll discuss about the people, process, and technology which will make the strategy much better for the managed and shared services. Just to tell you a little bit on the concept, what we are trying to do in this session. It will be more of a discussion mode. We will try to understand how the CEOs are looking at strategizing the services to outsource either to a third party or to create a shared service center to make those efficient and effective. We'll listen from them about their own experiences and success stories, how they're avoiding the risks and how they survived the onslaught of pandemic through these services outsourcing and providing a much more better resilience in the system. We will have a esteemed panelist with me. I'm really honored and grateful for their time here. To introduce my co-panelists, I have Mr. Tarun Daga, Managing Director, Tata Steel Utility and Infrastructure Services Limited. Mr. Tarun Daga is presently the Managing Director of Tata Steel Utility and Infrastructure Services Limited, which was known formerly as JUSCO, an associated company of Tata Steel. Mr. Daga has been working with Tata Steel Group for 27 years and has varied experience in manufacturing, marketing, and strategy development. An alumnus of BITS Pilani and Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Mr. Daga also pursued a senior management program at INSEAD in France. I have Mr. S.V. Venkatraman, Managing Director, ANZ Banking Group. Venki is the Managing Director for Bengaluru Service Center in ANZ Banking Group. In his current role, apart from leading the service center operations, Venki has been closely involved in ANZ Banking Group's successful foray into RPA, robotic process automation, that started over 4 years ago in ANZ. And the team in the service center have automated several functions using bots. In the last 12 months, Venki and the team have focused on extending the early success in automation through deploying AI/ML-based solutions to automate several key banking processes with strong positive result. He is a long-term banker, and prior to this role, he was the COO, Institutional Operations Services Center in ANZ. Venki has also held leadership positions in various organizations, including CEO at Aditya Birla Minax and as Vice President Banking and Financial Services in Pero Systems, now part of Entity Data. Venki is passionate about diversity and has played a significant role in bringing the culture of the workplace. He is BTech Honours graduate from IIT Kharagpur and postgraduate in management from IIM Ahmedabad. Then I have Mr. Tarun Satya, Managing Director, CFO and Enterprise Value, Accenture Strategy. Tarun leads the CFO and Enterprise Value practice for Accenture Strategy in India. He has over 25 plus years of experience working with clients' leadership teams, helping them shape their operating models, digital and analytics transformation journeys. He is focused on driving strategic effectiveness, efficiencies, and improved controls in the enabling functions of finance, HR, procurement, and supply chain. He has experience of working with several Indian and multinational organizations across the sectors of automobiles, metals and mining, consumer goods, pharmaceuticals, industrial goods, and manufacturing. He is a graduate in mechanical engineering from IIT BHU, Varanasi, and has a business degree from XRI Jamshedpur. I have Mr. Arindam Banerjee, Managing Director, India and Philippines, Wells Fargo and Company. Arindam leads Wells Fargo's operations in India and Philippines. He is responsible for enhancing value creation for Wells Fargo through effective governance, building efficient capabilities, and enabling a culture of transformation. He is a qualified chartered accountant and has deep understanding of the banking industry across finance, technology, mid-office, back-office operations developed over a career span of 30 years in India and UK. More recently, Arindam worked with UI India as a lead partner responsible for building and leading its business with global financial institution with a large presence in India. Prior to UI, he was Managing Director at Deutsche Bank. During his stint at JP Morgan Chase, he played multiple leadership roles such as CFO and CEO, driving mergers and integrations. So we have a fantastic panelist, you can see. Today, we'll, as I was telling, try to really figure out where all we should focus to make these services workable, and more so give an strong but a faster turnaround time in the market. What we see today, that the major driver of managed services is basically scarcity of skills, turnover of people, cost optimization, better knowledge management, and focus to the root processes rather than the tertiary processes. As I said in the previous session, and as we heard also, that the managed service and shared service has a huge potential to grow and to grow much faster. So in that context, I was just thinking, Tarun, I'll say Mr. Daga because we have two Tarun here. The managed service and shared service is not only a back office integration, as you are seeing. It's not only the back office automation. It has more focus on the core business. It is basically transformation of the business towards making things much better, resilient, and cost effective. So, Mr. Daga, how you are approaching towards this? I mean, what is your thought process when you set up this service center, and how you are looking at from the perspective of making it a transformational business into your system?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Morning to all of you, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share the experiences of the company in terms of, I would say, managed services, not so much in shared services that we are in. Before I start, just wanted to share a few thoughts. To me, the subject of managed and shared services, I would put it simply, I think is limited by our imagination. And I'll illustrate, mention the reason why I say so. Initially, all of this started with the subject of labor arbitrage and this and that. Thankfully, it is now moving to core competencies, capability development, what competencies one should have, what competencies one should outsource. And that in turn is driving knowledge-based behavior, knowledge-based action, technology-based actions, and so on. So, and I'm sure all of us are aware, it has even reached rocket launching, etc. I'm taking an extreme example to just simply illustrate the point that the subject of managed and shared services is now based on technology, knowledge, people development, and it is simply limited by the imagination which each one of us carry. And that is where the value lies. That is where the challenge and the opportunities lie for all of us. As the Tata Steel Utilities and Services Company, the company is managing, as the name suggests, it is managing utilities and infrastructure services on behalf of Tata Steel in the town of Jamshedpur and various factories related to Tata Steel Group. So, in a manner of speaking, it is a managed service company itself, providing services to Tata Steel. And the areas of work that we are engaged in is water, power, solid waste management, roads building, all of this as part of the town and infrastructure services portfolio to Tata Steel, and then scaling it up and offering it elsewhere in the country as well. We are not in shared services, which means that we are not providing IT-related services or cloud-based services or financial services or HR services. and those are parts of other parts in the group. So, and as the introduction which I've given, which I've mentioned, it's not one single source, one single service that we are dealing in. We are dealing in multiple sets of services. So it's not a single specialization. It covers a wide range of services which go into township and infrastructure management from a civil and utilities perspective. So just to cover a few things in terms of operation and illustrate how we're taking it forward. The town of Jamshedpur, around 8 lakhs to 10 lakh population, and we service an area of around 64 square kilometers or thereabouts. And when we come to water services, obviously it is river to river management, withdrawals from the river, processing it, distributing it, and again reprocessing it in terms of the sewage treatment so that nothing untoward moves into the river. And how do we ensure that this is at the high end of the service levels and there is an accreditation? First is data-based practices in terms of water management. Operating KPIs, I would say that in terms of distribution losses, we would perhaps be the benchmark in the country. That's not come about just like that. There are operating KPIs which are to be monitored, measured at every point along the entire network that we operate. The quality laboratories needs to be at the highest end so that the quality of water that we provide, and we talk about you can drink from the tap in Jamshedpur. And the third thing that on water as well that we try and focus upon, we are not there, but we've done a lot of work in terms of technology investment, packaged sewage treatment plants. As cities expand, the ability to move into smaller places and make sure that we don't have to transport water too much and reduce the cost. We deploy packaged sewage treatment plants instead of centralized sewage treatment plants. Automation facilities, because of the legacy, the history involved, it takes time to infuse automation, but we are there. Manhole cleaning, mechanization, and so on. So in water management, the focus is to drive operations based on data, operating KPIs, focus on quality, and infuse technology in the entire subject. In power distribution that we have, again, the same story holds true in terms of power, in terms of power and distribution losses, we perhaps be a benchmark performance in the country. Again, coming about based on data and operating KPIs at each stage, technology investments all across, whether the normal stuff that that are now spoken about, GIS mapping and SCADA controls and remote monitoring of high value connections. And we also have invested in a long range wide area network covering the entire city so that the IoT based interfaces can be easily established and data points created. Even a subject like solid waste management, which is basically collecting garbage and processing it in terms of good practices as per the municipal solid waste rules which are coming up. Here again, the focus is on operating KPIs at each stage in terms of how source segregation of waste works, how the agglomeration happens, how the transportation system works, and how the waste which is processed is monitored. And here again, technology plays a role. IoT and artificial intelligence powered door-to-door coverage monitoring, GPS-based tracking of fleet, and then modular facilities for processing facilities, even to the extent of the workforce deployed. How do we go about monitoring them? Because it is across the entire city, you can't have supervisors. How do we monitor them without actually, without personal supervision? Because that's where the competitiveness of the solid waste management practices would come about. And there are horticulture services running, and we have almost a 37% green cover in Jamshedpur. Again, operating KPIs, the number of tree plantations, tree bank creations, and so on. Same thing applies in road management. And when we are talking about the customers, managing the city of Jamshedpur, apart from these utility services, which are large, there are services to the customers as also retail customers in terms of civil maintenance and attending to their day-to-day complaints and so on. And how is it all monitored? It's based on the call center, customers calling into the call center. We call it the Jusco Sahyog Kendra because the Jusco was the previous name of the company. And it's a 24/7, 365 facility of a call center. And here again, there are KPIs which are applied for. There are service level guarantees which are given, and there is a monitoring system against the service level guarantees according to the entire set of citizenship services that we run. And again, to measure it again, the reason I'm speaking measure, because I will cover it up at the end. We also ensure annual customer satisfaction survey independently done, and to see that things are moving perhaps in the right direction, and we are focusing on what is important to the customer. And in a post-COVID scenario, like all utility companies across India, the utility services were on, so it was on in Jamshedpur as well. So there was no stoppage of work, and like all of us, only the support functions work from home. The rest of the people were on the front line working. And a lot of investment has gone in terms of digitalization of work that is moving forward. Even online connection management, how to avoid people coming to the works for power connection or the water connection and do an online. So in conclusion, I would say that for us, managed service is about strategizing well, whether we want to be a single service model or we want to have a bouquet of services, and can we have geographic spread? Because geographic spread would mean how do we manage vendors and how do we ensure that the training and development of vendors. So there is a strategy play which needs to be chosen. There has to be a focus on technology because of the sheer spread of activities, and it cannot be just done with people and people deployed all over the place. So there will be issues, investment in IoT related matters, cloud related matters, and this entire service ecosystem needs to be modernized with technology. Are we there? No, not at all. A huge amount of work is pending. Organized people development. The first thing to understand is that even as we are delivering the services, the ultimate touch point with the consumer or the customer of ours is a vendor employee. So therefore, people development is required not just from a supervision point of view of our own people, but how do we look after vendors? Are we there? No, certainly a lot of work is there. And last, of course, is focus on change management. I know it's a jargon word, we all use it liberally, but because technology is evolving and because the imagination related to managed and shared services is evolving, so also there has to be a focus on how do we evolve ourselves. And so a few takeaways which I thought to share in terms of how to manage, how to ensure better managed services. The first is to ensure that we focus on the customer, the voice of customer, and have measurement systems around that. And I know it sounds very simplistic, but it's extremely important to ensure that the voice of customer systems, the customer access systems are continuously modernized, the reach is increased, and overall the emotional experience of the customer is built into this. There needs to be an investment in technology, there needs to be database decision making, and one of the most important things is that we need to ensure that the service that we render and the brand that we belong to resonate each other. It could be in terms of bringing safety practices. It could be in terms of transparency in details. And last, of course, which I spoke earlier, was training and capability development of both full-time employees and contractor employees. So this is how the focus is there, and yet, as I said, things are evolving. A lot of work yet needs to be done. Dipankar?
Thank you. Thanks, Daga. Thank you for your insightful speech. And I have taken out a few pointers from your deliberation. You actually touched upon data. Then you touched upon strategizing with multiple services, may not be a single service, emerging technology, customers focused service provisioning, outcome focused service provisioning, and people development. Also, you discussed about resilience and measurements. I will ask Tarun Satya. I will actually change Tarun Daga to Mr. Daga and Tarun Satya to Tarun, so that we are clear what we're doing. So Tarun, when you are looking at from the consultative perspective, and actually Mr. Daga told a fantastic thing, that the managed services is basically limited by your imagination. So how you are seeing that things are changing? I am also seeing that the way we were only thinking about IT managed services, from there we have graduated to everything. I mean, Mr. Daga told about water, solid waste. So how we are looking at that, and what you think is the strategic shift happening into the market, and how people can really leverage that? Over to you, Tarun.
Yeah, thanks, Dipankar. And I think before I start, before I answer your question, I just want to congratulate CII for putting it together and bringing representatives from the various governments as well as industry on a very relevant and a very pertinent topic. So congratulations to all of you. And I think I'm very happy to be here. I believe it would be a very good learning session for myself. And I don't claim to be an expert. I am a learner like most of you, and happy to be here to be sharing some knowledge and some learnings that I've had in my experience. So Dipankar, I think it's a very important aspect, and I think I'll just trace back the entire shared services, global business services evolution to probably 20, 30 years back. And I think that's when many companies in the Western world started looking at concepts of scientific management and industrial engineering into white collar jobs. And as I think Tarun Daga also mentioned about the opportunities for wage arbitrage. So I guess their imperatives at that point in time were very different from what we see in the Indian context. And in India, I think the opportunities for wage arbitrage would not be there as it was available probably to some of the global multinational companies to look at moving work, white collar work from high cost locations to low cost locations. But I guess what's happening in India is very different. One is, I think, in general, the digital and the technology quotient of our industry ecosystem is far, far higher. And we have actually leapfrogged much ahead of the Western world in terms of adoption of some of these digital technologies, etc. And I'll just give you some examples. Like in India, you can open a bank account in 2 hours, 3 hours. And I know, like my daughter, for a personal example, like my daughter who shifted to London for higher studies is still struggling after 3 weeks to open a bank account. It took her almost 4 days to get a mobile phone connection, whereas in India we can get a working mobile phone connection within an hour. So I think these are all factors where we can see that Indian organizations, Indian ecosystem, Indian businesses have adopted technology, are adopting technology, and are becoming digital. And I think the context of shared services becomes very important, because for Indian organization, it's not about driving only process efficiencies and cost savings. In these, many people call it back office support functions, but I prefer to call it enabling functions. I think what the context in India is very different. It's more about businesses which want to be digital, which want to be smarter, which want to be intelligent. I think it's an imperative for them to consolidate as much as they can of their enabling functions, because this consolidation enables many things. One is it drives, it allows you to standardize and harmonize your processes. It allows you to leverage your economies of scale. And more importantly, once your business operations are consolidated, your ability to run and manage operations in a very controlled environment and infuse smarter technologies, digital technologies, etc., becomes a lot more easier because you are able to sweat your technology assets more. And I think because in India, it's always a question between the cost of labor versus the cost of technology. And invariably in these decisions, the cost of labor wins over. And we would rather deploy 5 people to do a job because it's cheaper rather than using a smart technology to do it. But I guess when we are able to consolidate and we are able to sweat our technology, digital assets fully 24/7, I think that's where a lot of companies start seeing a lot of good ROIs in investment. So I think my experience and belief is businesses which are very keen on being smarter, which want to use the power of digital and analytics and the power of data. I think for them, it's a no-brainer that they will have some form and shape of shared services kind of operating models embedded in their businesses. And I think so that's one context. The other context is especially the kind of external environment influences that we are seeing on businesses today. You rightly pointed out, COVID-19 this pandemic has taught us a lot of things. I think resilience, cost elasticity, future ready, these are very important themes. And we have seen companies after companies, that companies which had shared services operating model, whether captive or outsourced, have been more resilient. And I'll just go back a couple of years back when India was adopting GST some three and a half years back, and I know of companies which had adopted shared services much early on. They found it a lot easier to transition to the GST environment. And while many other companies struggled for a couple of months to get their act together, and then of course we have seen many examples where Indian organizations which are growing through inorganic, through acquisitions and organic growth. And we've seen that wherever some of these companies have global business shared services, etc., they are able to integrate the acquired company much faster, much more seamlessly. So I think, see, these are some of the business drivers, and that's why I always say that shared services operating model is a growth strategy imperative. It's not a cost saving imperative, but more of your future growth, your future success of digital strategy and analytics strategy depends on how successfully you adopt a shared services operating model. Back to you, Dipankar Dada.
Thank you, Tarun. You actually put up a very important point that it is basically growth strategy rather than cost strategy. I'll just focus from there to the some pointer which Daga told to Venki and Arindam, is that how you see the changing in technology, the data-oriented approach is changing the whole strategy of MS and SS, because you are really at the thick and thin of this. Compose your experience on that. Venki, over to you.
Thanks, Dipankar. Firstly, it's my proud privilege to be part of this panel, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. As Tarun said, that we are all learners, and this gives us a tremendous opportunity to share experiences. And my thoughts resonate a lot with both the Taruns when they spoke about the limited definition of shared services that we seem to have. I think, and I really liked Tarun as the framing of shared services as more enabling services. I think that's the right definition. Now, if you look at the last 30 years evolution, and Tarun Sadia presented one point of view of that, I would like to focus it at a different angle. To my mind, we saw these in 4 different. The one. Tomorrow. Transformation for the client business or the third party. It is services entities actually have the best amount of data. A very large proportion of the shared services entity, which means the transaction intelligence actually have is like of this in 3 days actually, and evaluate productivity. And both the Tarun talked about KPIs and things like that. Where do you get this KPIs and how to monitor them? That's where one of the uses of data is really crucial. Now, ANZ, several of our processes are actually shared among the data that we have got is very transaction, and the more complex it is, the better it is from aspect of data where it can be used. The second one is using database approach agenda. We started our automation in couple of our big products, home loans, mortgages, very large products for ANZ in the home markets of Australia and New Zealand. So one of the products that we chose to map of transformation is the way we deliver home loans to our customers. In transforming that process, the first thing we looked at was data. That data gives you to attack first. So long, big process with multiple exceptions. Where do you focus first? Obviously, you can do the process with a productized solution in a working bank. It's like changing the car. The car is running. So it's people usually such transformation. If you have to take and then figure, data provides you with, you can actually evaluate where are the bottlenecks, where time taken maximum, where do we think the customer suffers the most, where are we responding to the customer fast and where are we not responding to the customer fast. So that's the other element of data in identifying the transformation piece itself. And to my mind, the third most powerful piece of data, which leads to cliches like data is the new oil, etc., is actually you in providing business. I think I find, remember as a for large institutional base. Now, when as a case, the last 3 quarters we have examined 100 documents. The average number of times to go back and forth, which delayed the pay, was improvement in several hundreds of millions of dollars. So that level of powerful data analysis, which enables your relationship teams to actually drive a better outcome with customer, is a third piece in data. So I think data can be used in multiple ways, but it remains a very essential part of the transformation agenda for any shared services, managed services, enabling services kind of a company. Dipankar, back to you.
Thank you, Venki. You really focused on the internal part of data and how that can be looked into in multiple attributes. I really like that approach. And from that, if I extend to Arindam, I mean, how you are looking at when you are proposing an operational improvement, a strategic movement. So how data is actually assisting us? I mean, what are the from data how we are bringing the information? So over to you, Arindam.
Thank you, Dipankar. So am I audible very clearly?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay, perfect. So I think, when we think of how managed and shared services is evolving, and a lot of what Venki said in the context of banking, and as these centers are now all sort of 15, 20 years old, the maturity level of the talent within has also remarkably changed, in the sense that we have, for most global financial institutions, we have a very, very mature talent pool who has now dealt with sort of global financial products for almost a couple of decades, actually. So the expertise in terms of the subject matter expertise and knowledge on the product itself is extremely high in these centers, and probably as good, if not better, than what you would find in the major financial markets in the world, right? So I'll take a couple of examples in terms of, things which, and nobody talks about it, but in the background, everybody is on these large projects. So just like sort of Y2K for the technology industry, in the financial industry, there's a event which is coming up at the end of next year around the LIBOR process and the retirement of LIBOR as a reference interest rate, right? Now, you would think that that's a prospective thing, so it doesn't really can be an easy switch. But when you think of the fact that every bank has tens of millions of contracts and documents and data which refer to that interest rate referral, and which some of them could have gone back 30 years, and some of them have a prospective life of another 30 years, right? You realize the complexity of that migration. So when you think of, what is the role the shared service centers or managed service centers, whatever we call them, right? What is the role that people in these locations are actually playing in that? They're right in the forefront. Everything from analyzing the data points which are there, which need to be picked up, then following on from, what should be the new reference rate, how should the transition being managed with the client or the customer, and thereafter actually going and impacting those changes in the systems. And these are used, these processes are using actually a lot, not just documentation technologies, but AI and machine learning technologies are being put to use, together with the subject matter expertise of the people who work on interest rates, who have a very good understanding of the financial markets. So the point I'm trying to make is that 20 years back, Y2K in the industry, I think the technology industry in India or the IT services industry, got a big leap of faith from the global markets as they transitioned. I think such events, and this is not the first one, there's been a couple of other MiFID and other data points which have happened. I think the financial markets and the resource pool which is now there in these centers have got the credibility now to manage such mega change initiatives which are impacting the financial markets over the course of the foreseeable future. So I think it's no longer having a operations team or a middle office team or a technology team which is actually, or a legal team or a paralegal team which is dealing with these issues in isolation, but it is in connecting all of that and providing back to the bank a holistic solution which allows for the reduction in risk in the change management of this process, right? So that's the first example I'll take. The second example I'll take is around, how growth markets, and this is more on the consumer side, growth markets are being conceived, right? We've been writing digital mobile apps, digital technologies, for the last 15, 20 years, maybe a lot more from a technology perspective. We've been doing that. We've been doing analytics around our consumer processes. In a limited way, we've obviously been doing the sort of the customer service for a long time, maybe in another location, maybe out of Philippines. In our case, I'm sure other banks do it in different places. Now, with what COVID actually has thrown up is a phenomenal opportunity where the customer interaction channels have digitized. In our case, the American consumer has been digitized far more than when they were prior to COVID times. So in addition to the sort of the physical channels or the web-based channels, the digital channels, the mobile channels, the adoption rates has shot through the roof. Not just in America, actually, it's a factor which is shot through the roof in every country in the world, and we see that even in India. So what that is actually throwing to us is an opportunity where actually even areas which we considered as proximate to the customer previously, like product management, right? Even these can now be remotely handled. And once you get to that level, you actually are at a point where if you can connect A, the data and analytics, B, the design of the product, C, the design of the variant of the product, C, the customer feedback and analytics, which you collect through a variety of methods, the design capabilities from a UI UX perspective, as well as the build, test, release capabilities in technology, right? You're suddenly able to design and release products for your clients in a very, very digital manner going forward. And you can access markets or market segments in a fully digital outlook. So I think it is throwing up a huge opportunity going forward in terms of the growth opportunities for banks, the possibilities of how far you could go in a shared service center or a managed service center. And I think this ability is only increasing every year, and it's about how much you want to really push the envelope. And I think every organization, in my belief, is benefiting. Wells Fargo for sure is benefiting, right? And we're seeing a mega change in scale of how we, not just the cost of the change, etc., but equally the capability to do change quickly, to access new markets, to adopt new benchmarks. We're seeing a acceleration in the abilities of our centers. So back to you, Dipankar.
Thank you, Arindam. I mean, it is really interesting to hear that we all are saying that the concept of shared service, managed services, what we have should be expanded, and it is just limited by our thought process. And the way you connect the data analytics and the people, I really want to pick up from that point, because you told about LIBOR. It's a deep technology understanding which will make that happen. So it is not only a technology, but also the understanding the people. Looking at that, and I find out one question also in that. I was just asking that to panel, but I saw from a audience the question is there: managed services, or the Ramadhan Rao is telling managed service, shared service, or enabled service. Actually, the success is depending on the people capability and skill level. So, and there is a huge gap between this skill level and leveraging technology. So how we should address it? This is also one of my questions, because we talked about processes, we talked about technology. Now, what's the people focus? So if I go to Tarun first, that how we are looking at these people. Just to extend that question, I many times hear that managed service or shared service is actually making people count lower in the organization. So that's make the job opportunity lower. I have a different viewpoint, but I don't want to bias. I want Tarun to say us how he is looking at this people perspective.
You're absolutely right.
Critical and important.
Yes.
You're audible.
So I think one question I was on, we talked about
you can
shared services
if you think.
Okay, I don't know whether my network is a problem. Let me go. At least my audio should be okay. So, sensitive topic. There are productivity and angle to any shared services operation, and by talk of people productivity, it's all about doing more with less, and we have seen various researches like which said that almost jobs, robot automation, but also 40 jobs. Human and data driven any activity with MTP does have a risk of being lost to a robot. A robot will do far more efficiently, productively with less turnaround time. But I guess that's where society need to take responsibility. How we get them to focus more on jobs and or how do we prepare them for jobs which require really human intelligence, and because anything that's MRTP will be taken. So, but I think it's need to this that how and repurposing are able a good economic growth around that, and there's a good social harmony around that. So I think it's important. Owners will also have to be on the employees themselves. How are they upgrading themselves? How are they moving beyond activities which probably can be automated and preparing themselves to do? These are very important topics. There's no silver bullet, but I think I will just want to highlight that definitely has increased the responsibility of organization as well as to be more on upgrading the skills of people and making the right investments in talent.
Yeah, Tarun, your point on this investment, and Mr. Daga started off saying that development of people. So, Mr. Daga, how you are, so because your managed services is both people intensive and data intensive, technology intensive. So, how you are looking at it from your perspective? Over to Mr. Daga. You are mute.
Sorry, my mistake. As far as the people side is concerned, as I said, in our area of work, the customer touch point, or what we all call as moment of truth, is with the vendor employees, in a manner of speaking, whether it is civil related work or the person who goes and delivers the house service connection for water, or person who goes and delivers the power connection on water, or the person who goes to each household to do the garbage collection. Everything is, an outsourced vendor employee. So it's extremely important that we do not lose sight of the vendor employee, the training related to the vendors. And it is not one-time training. Let's also remember that. In our case, this group of people is a pretty mobile type of group. Tomorrow they are here and elsewhere they may be somewhere else. It's not kind of fixed for the entire year. So there needs to be a continuous focus on ensuring that you have training related practices, and it's not a one-time training and you have a permanent workforce sitting out there. So that's one part of the training. The second part of the training is what you would essentially like to keep in-house, is related to supervision and related to taking decisions, and people who are part of your own full-time employee group. So that is the other part of training which one has to invest in. It could be supervision, leadership, your own value systems, and so on and so forth. So these are the two areas. Now, can it happen overnight? Obviously, it will take time, and it will not happen in a very short span of time. One has to struggle through it, and that's where who moves faster, who moves slower, who takes the lead, who marches ahead will be the key determinant. Technology and all the other things will be available on a tap. It will be available somewhere or the other with everybody. But organizations which can develop the ability to train their people or whoever that is there and maintain those training systems properly is something where they will steal the competitive edge. I'm talking purely from a managed service of nature of utilities and infrastructure services point of view. I'm not talking from the shared services perspective, because I do not know much about that.
Agree, Mr. Daga. Because frankly, if we just extrapolate to Venki and Arindam on this, see, what I find that this is not only technology or people, but also lots of things to happen with the simplification of process. Because it's not that, you just take the process out and put into a managed service, it will work. It doesn't happen that way. So I call it not a lift and shift, but it is a understand, look into it, then lift, then start operating in a streamlined manner. So if I go to Arindam, that how we are looking at this simplification of process. I mean, what is happening to make technology people connected with this process simplification? Arindam.
Yeah, thank you. So I think in my view, the simplification or the through that one needs to get in any process, you have to look at it in two horizons, right? When more often than not, to build the expertise around that process, quite often you do have to take it as it is, and you really have to take it from there in terms of improvement. So, the ability to change while you move into a shared service organization, you'll always find two schools of thought. In some use cases, it makes sense. In many use cases, it doesn't make sense. You want to basically lift and shift is probably the right answer, right? Having said that, the next stage of how do you simplify and how you go around, you, I believe, need to take that customer journey approach, where you start with the customer, you rewrite in some of the digital formats which are there, and in some ways, clearly, sometimes outlaying out or differentiating between the channels which have been rewritten for, in a digital format for your client base and legacy channels which may continue, right? So we have examples around sort of many of our payments processes where we have now sort of segregated the channels and actually we use the shared service centers more for our sort of enhanced digital channels, and the legacy channels we've left it as is right now, right? So I do believe you have to go through that simplification, but it's best to take a end-to-end customer journey based approach when you go down that approach and pull together everyone involved in that. So the example that I talked about in terms of building the product management capabilities in tandem with the data analytics and technology capabilities, it could be as simple a product as a deposit product in a bank, right? And the variants around that one needs to have. And so when you get into designing those, you need to look at it in if it requires, again, in terms of the level of sophistication or simplicity is what the client desires and what they're willing to pay for, right? So you actually have to take that approach and in designing your products and minimize rework, minimize all sort of breaks that you would have through that process, and use data analytics right through in each of the stages or the life cycle of a customer interaction.
Thank you, Arindam. Venki, when Arindam put a point which is customer journey to be followed through, basically create a customer persona and work with that to create this process simplification. What is your thought process? Because that is one part of it, but the other part of it is that when you have those technologies and the previous process, those need to be gelled into. So that makes a process re-engineering step. So how you're looking at this as a whole, holistically, how we're looking at it?
I think I agree with Arindam on the customer journey piece, and I think it's really important to simplify at all stages of the process, preferably starting from the customer end. But that's also the toughest to execute, simply because customer behaviors are very hard to change. And we have to capture opportunities like this, like what we are facing today with to actually change a lot of our customer behaviors. And I'll give you an example. We have a large institutional base of customers in the Asian markets, Vietnam, China, in fact, larger greater Mekong region, etc. And one of the problems we had as a late entrant in the institutional segment here was our customers would give us the toughest transactions. The simpler transactions would go to their established banks, and the toughest transactions will come to us. Now, changing that behavior in a normal time was very tough for us. You would either say no to the transaction or you do it with all its complexity. So we must use opportunities like this. This COVID has given us an opportunity to actually make the customer interaction a lot more digital and online. So that's one point. The second piece I find is that more and more operations such as ours, which is at the enabling services stage, is going to become exception-based processing, which means the regular transaction, which will be following the 80-20 rule, 80% of the transactions are very similar. You will automate them away. You will only be focusing on the 20% of that, more complex transactions. This has two implications. One is on the previous topic that you spoke about people. The people who do these exceptions need to be that much more knowledgeable about the product itself. So that's one element. The other piece is over a period of time, you want to simplify your process to such an extent that more and more move into the 80 and less to the exception bucket, because that's what efficiency is all about. So in the spirit of continuous improvement, and the essential pillar for transformation is this element of simplification. Now, 4 or 5 years ago, when we started our journey on robotics process automation, and we are quite matured in that. At one point in time, we had 2,500 bots running in the Bangalore service center, delivering various aspects, and almost 85% of our processes had one or more bots sort of operational. We had faced this issue, right? The temptation is, it's going to be a bot running it. Why are we trying to simplify this the process? Let the bot run. We can give it more multi-thread the bots, and so they will run it. But actually, that's a temptation that you must overcome, simply because the benefits of simplifying are far more than this. So that's when we started the mantra saying, clear the runway for the bots. So allow the runway to become very clean so that the bots can run as fast as they can and they need to. I think so that clearing the runway is really crucial. And that's where the element of chasing business excellence, looking for lean principles, looking at Six Sigma kind of studies to simplify the process first, right, is really crucial. We have followed one simple mantra: simplify and eliminate. If then not possible, then look at automate. So I think that's the stages we have gone through. So look, simplification, as I said earlier, is actually the less glamorous cousin of automation. People generally jump into automation, but I think it's a far more wiser cousin as well. So it's good to look at your process, simplify them, and then look at either eliminating them, preferred option. If it doesn't get eliminated, move into an automation state. Back to you, Deepak.
I really appreciate your this clearing the runway. Frankly, we don't understand that automation actually gets benefited if you have a simpler process. I mean, complex system automation will really not have the fun. And so, but you raised a very important point that COVID-19 is actually changing the behavior of customer. I don't know how much we're looking at it, but that's a very important point. And when I am working in a managed or shared services, the more these changes happen, the more I have to be, responsive to that. So change my practices. So if I just ask, and I surprisingly I just find out a question also in the panel. So to all of us, I mean, I can start with Tarun, then go to Mr. Daga, and to all of you. What is, very briefly, COVID-19 is changing the way how MS or SS should be looked at. I mean, what is your feeling? So Tarun, over to you. Is there any specific challenges or differences?
No, I think it has obviously been a great leveler and a learning experience for many organizations. I think starting with that, at least I believe that every business now needs, you need to be worried about the health of your employees, health of your suppliers and customers, and how you operate and keep them safe is extremely important for most businesses. I think the other aspects that COVID has really brought in is these were always underlying themes, but they were never so pronounced. The aspect about cost elasticity. How do you, in a very volatile business environment and where your revenue streams could, and there are, well, many of my clients, when this first lockdown happened, they saw almost 90% of their revenue just going away. And gradually they brought it back to 60-70%. So people have been experiencing a lot of volatility in their businesses. Now, how do you keep your cost structures in line with that is a very important aspect. And I think shared services do help in that. But of course, it also depends on what kind of operating model you have. If you have a captive, probably your costs are more fixed in nature. But if you have an outsourced or a managed services arrangement with a third-party service provider, you have far more flexibility to scale up and scale down your operations. And I think the The other aspect obviously has been resilience. How quickly organizations have been able to come back on their feet because of this pandemic impact. And I think we have seen that shared services have been a big enabler in that. There have been organizations which really struggle to keep their operations running because they were not able to pay their suppliers, and the suppliers were not willing to, while their factories were running, but their offices were under lockdown, so they couldn't manage any of the finance operations, and they had to actually shut down their factories because suppliers were not supplying raw material because they were not able to pay their suppliers on time. So I think this resilience has been a very big issue, and shared services have been a good enabler for many of that. I think the other aspect is how are shared services going to help businesses improve business performance? See, many businesses, some industries have been heavily stressed by it, and some have been less stressed by COVID. But I think it's very clear aspects like managing cash better, managing your costs better is becoming very paramount for each and every business. And it's becoming a kind of a question of survival for many of them. So how are shared services going to go beyond basic process transactions and keeping the operations, the lights on? How are shared services going to help businesses reduce their costs, manage their working capital better, controlling their DSOs and inventories? So I think these are aspects which now shared services leaders have to start thinking about. How do they create value beyond transactional processing and beyond running the operations into clearly creating bottom line impact for the businesses that they serve? So I think these are some of the key themes that have been expedited because of this pandemic, and I believe it's these kind of disruptions are always good. Like most innovation and most creativity happens in these kinds of crises. And luckily for many Indian companies, they are able to bounce back, and they are able to embed this resilience, cost elasticity, and the focus on improving business performance through their shared services operation. I think it's been very well recognized by many Indian companies.
Thank you, Tarun. Thank you. Mr. Daga, your viewpoints quickly. We are just closing the session.
Just the concluding thoughts here. On the COVID journey, as I said during the initial discussion, one is the push towards digital related practices, which I'm sure all organizations are going through, and that's been our experience as well. The second point is because of the nature of services, utilities, infrastructure services, our area of work has been on the field, and except for support functions, which is work from home, rest everything was on field and on the frontline jobs. The third is COVID. There were project-related shutdowns which took place. The clients for whom we work, there were cuts there. But at the end of the day, we have to manage our vendor ecosystem. These are the people with whom we are working. One is easy answer is lay them off, but that's not such an easy answer to ensure continuity. So quite a bit of balancing act had to be worked out, and I'm not sure whether we have the perfect answer for that, but that's an ecosystem one has to manage at the end of the day. The fourth is pushback to us. Water, power, these are all core services in a manner of speaking, lots of legacy practices. But how do we engage ourselves with startups, the startup ecosystem, and work with them? And it takes time. It takes a lot of internal pushbacks, but that's what is an important, fast forward, which has happened in terms of this COVID transformation experiences. The other is internal pushbacks. In every organization, we all find that we need more people here, we need more people here. We all talk like that, but it has enabled us to do an internal pushback as well and demonstrate that we can actually efficiently manage and deliver better customer service through lesser number of people. So these were the thoughts which I thought I'll just share and put up forward.
The two things you told very interesting. Frankly, COVID-19 actually pushed the startup ecosystem much closer to the corporates, and second is frugality within the corporate itself. So I'm also seeing that. So Venki, what is your last point on this?
So I have just one point to what both the Tarun, which is actually more from a people point of view. I think one thing we have realized now and understood is work and quality of work is back where it belongs, right at the top. All the other paraphernalia around people, etc., physicality, looks, the way of dressing, everything has actually taken a back seat. So if you want to shine in this current environment, which is remote for people all working from home, face-to-face interactions reducing, I think your quality of work should speak for itself. I think is the biggest mantra. And I read about this today when I think Mr. Pramod Bhasin shared similar thoughts yesterday in some ET interview as well. So I think that is actually putting quality of work where it belongs. I think right at the top. So which is a very welcome change.
Thank you, Venki. Arindam. So we actually moved from.
I can give I mean, honestly, I'd agree with everything that the rest of the panel said. It is about talent arbitrage now. It's not about cost arbitrage, and the better talent that you can get, that's how far you can dream. I think the other one which I would put out there is, some years back, maybe a decade back, somebody came out, Thomas Friedman, I think, with the book that the world is flat and all of that. I think if post-COVID-19, the world is flatter.
Thank you very much. I mean, really, it was an interesting discussion we had. Thank you, all my panelists. I'm sure the takeaway from this panel is that we should focus on simplification of process. We should nurture our people much better. We should more focus on the ecosystem, because that startup ecosystem or the other vendor ecosystem which makes us resilient in the time of disaster, and look for the automation and data judiciously, selectively, looking as a customer persona as a follow through to make things happen. And I'm sure we all will focus on that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your precious time. We'll go to the next session. Over to Rahul for thank you, both Tarun, Arindam, and Venki.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. This brings us to the end of the CEO's Roundtable. We will now move to our next session. I thank all our panelists. I thank the session moderator, Mr. Chakravarti. Thank you very much. It was really exciting to hear all of you. So we move to the next session, which is on what makes the shared or managed service and mix and match. We have Ms. Ritu Rekha, partner and lead of shared and managed service, PwC, moderating the session. With us, we also have Mr. Sudhir Banerjee, Senior Vice President, India Head of ABB Limited. We have Mr. Priyaranjan Jha, Country Head, GBS, PepsiCo. We have Mr. Vishwanath PS, Chief Financial Officer, Randstad. And we have Ms. Sangeeta Sharma, Head of Operations of HSBC for Global Payments and Gateways. Ms. Sangeeta Sharma would be joining us in another 30 seconds to 1 minute. She's having some internet issue. So, Mrs. Rekha, over to you, please. May I request you to kindly share this session?
Thank you very much, Rahul, and good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to my panelists and also to the audience. So we're going to discuss a very evergreen topic today that's been around for a couple of decades now. What's next? Shared service, managed services, or mix and match? Over the years, many companies have made these choices. Many companies continue to make these choices. And many of them have even revisited the choices that they made in the past. So we need to talk about what makes this topic so relevant and so alive yet again. We have an exciting panel. So audience, I would urge you, put your questions. We collectively have a lot of experience, a lot of perspective on this panel. Do keep your questions coming, and I promise I will take that up. I did want to just reiterate a couple of quick introductions before I make some opening comments. So Sudhir Banerjee, he heads up the ABB Global Business Services. He's raising his hand out there. He's also a member of the board of directors for ABB India. In a career spanning 3 decades, and Sudhir and I have had the opportunity to work together, Sudhir is really a voice in terms of how to make this model work for manufacturing industries. And he's worked with manufacturing giants like Eicher, Mitsubishi, GE, and Honeywell. Priya Ranjan Jha is the managing director and country head of PepsiCo GBS in India. We've been colleagues in the past. He's a business leader with 23 years of global and diverse experience in digital GBS operations and analytics. Previously worked with Genpact, Reliance, IBM, and Tata Motors. Welcome, Ranjan, and welcome, Sudhir. Sangeeta Sharma is the head of operations for HSBC India Center in Bangalore. She's been running global payments for HSBC, very rich experience in running all sorts of digital operations in the BFSI. She currently drives digital operations for multiple businesses and has previously worked with Northern Trust, Standard Chartered, and Jindal. Last but not the least, Vishy, as he likes to call himself, he joined Randstad as the head of shared services in, I think, 2014. Vishy, I hope I have that year right. Currently the CFO for Randstad, over 28 years of diverse experience and at the helm of many, many transformational initiatives. Previously worked with GE, Motorola, and the TVS Group. So welcome, Vishy, to the panel. Let me just start by framing this up a little bit. And, I was listening to the previous panel discussion, and many of these themes are interrelated. So we will continue on the journey of discussing what is relevant today. I think if you really step back and think about, why is this topic really back on the table, over what model to use, how to derive the maximum value, in my mind, 3 things really stand out. One, amongst all the business disruption that has happened and the pandemic has brought, this sector has stood tall. Whether it's managed services or shared services, enabling, whatever you may call it, but this sector has really done its bit to ensure uninterrupted operations globally. Whether it was massive amounts of workforce that suddenly were enabled to work from anywhere, thousands of people who continue to be hired and onboarded now virtually, leaders, who continue to engage with both clients and people. I think the value of this model has become very, very apparent, right? And then in addition, I think in India, the regulatory environment has also given a strong impetus. It's trying to simplify a bunch of stuff. The second one is that if you carefully heard the previous panel and you pick some key topics, in terms of what are CEOs now asking in their agenda, they're saying, can we quickly scale up or down the business, right? Can we variabilize our costs? Can we drive efficiency? How do I drive automation at scale? And some of this means that this model is now clearly a boardroom conversation, right? This used to be a time 2 decades ago when, this was some special initiative being run in the overall remit of finance and cost out, but this is clearly a boardroom conversation. And the third is, therefore, the kind of work that the centers are today doing, and each of our panelists, I'm sure, will give you examples of that, is becoming more and more complex, very, very tightly integrated, with the business. And, I heard a client recently say to me that the concept of the so-called back office is Let's give it a minute. I think these are all times when we have to learn to work with a little less smooth meetings than we were used to. I just asked Ranjan the question on culture. I would request Ranjan to start off and I'll come back to you, if that's okay.
Thanks, Ritu. First of all, thank you to CII and PwC for having me today with you. And this is an August panel. Sudhir, do you want to go on mute, please? Yeah. So Ritu, you're right. I mean, culture is the one thing that I personally spend a lot of time on, because I really believe that culture is our secret sauce. Culture is what can make the difference in our operations, and especially in a time of crisis. And I'm lucky that the PepsiCo culture is also a very strong culture that motivates me every morning. It's a culture of integrity, passion for our brands, empowering our people, collaboration, and responsibility towards the environment. And especially in this time when you are not with your teams all the time, your culture is what truly makes us deliver. I really believe culture is what happens when nobody is watching. So I'll give you some examples. One of our PepsiCo cultures is about being or acting as an owner. And the way our teams have shown the resilience and they have stepped up in this time of crisis wouldn't have happened if they didn't think of themselves as owners. Similarly, another piece of the culture is about voicing opinions fearlessly. And that's what helps us elevate issues much faster before they become crisis, or also identify opportunities for process improvement, and then getting teams to work together. And finally, when teams are away, and I love to think about today we have thousands of offices and not one office, because every home of our employee is an office today. And that's the situation when acting with integrity, which is another part of our culture, truly comes into play. So I personally feel that's the CEO's responsibility, or the team leader's responsibility, to build a culture which stands for the organization and reflects the best of the organization.
That's a very energizing start to a panel discussion, Ranjan, and thank you. And I know you believe every word that you say. Sudhir, are you able to now participate, and can we now ask you a question? Can we just test your audio?
Yeah, I can.
If you can just, yeah, okay.
Audible.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely, you are. Thank you so much. So Sudhir, turning over to you and building on what Ranjan has said, let's talk about leadership, and leadership in a 360 way. The leadership that you're seeing from your businesses and clients, from your people within the center. What are the leadership traits that you're seeing that allows us to succeed in this post-COVID environment?
Environment, because the long-term planning at this point, any organization can, we have to have incremental plan and then adapt. Everything is going digital.
Sudhir, you can try, if I can suggest, you can try maybe switching off your video. I think your audio will be able to be heard better. Okay, I think for the purpose of the audience, then, Sudhir, I would maybe request you to join. Unfortunately, audience, we are facing obviously an issue on Sudhir's side. Rahul, can I request you to please give Sudhir a call so that he can join back?
Or is the leader?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, these glitches are a part of our lives, and I think we just have to live with it, as the business space has invaded our personal space and the reverse, okay? So Sudhir, if you can hear me, I'm sorry, you'll have to probably rejoin. We could not hear much of what you said, and perhaps you could join without the video so that, we can hear you. We are very, very keen to hear your views on this subject, but let's just, maybe you rejoin and we'll do that. Vishy, let me come to you. So as part of Randstad now for many, many years, and at the center of some very exciting conversations, I think a phrase that I've heard used is work, workplace, and workforce of the future, right? And how these three things interact with each other, the work of the future, the workplace, and really the workforce. What are you seeing as close as you are to this topic, and what are the trends that you are seeing emerge in this space?
Thank you, Ritu, and hi everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to be with CII and PwC and the audience today. Over the last 28 years, I have had the opportunity to associate myself with several transformation initiatives, setting up shared services or captive centers focused on engineering, R&D, technology, finance, and also HR operations. So both at a local level as well as a global level. So to me, I think, Ritu, transformation begins with transforming yourself. And as you rightly said, workplace, and workforce have been evolving over the years. But with COVID, we see a rapid change. What we expected in 2030, we now see it in 2020. So I would say it's accelerated. Predicting what the future would bring for the world of work is not an easy task. One thing that you can entirely be confident is that the pace at which change is happening is unlikely to slow down in the coming years. So it's important that we make evidence-based predictions about forthcoming trends and help prepare our organizations for what we call as the future of work. So let me talk a little bit about the workplace first. A recent McKinsey report revealed that the role of the office, is changed. 80% of those surveyed said, they enjoyed working from home, and 50% of that 80% said they are even more productive. So what this means for organizations is, slashing their real estate costs, and also not just that, it's also accessing newer talent pools, which we never thought we could do before because of locational constraints. So traditionally, the office was a symbol of what the business stands for. In the new world, purpose will actually take over that. Purpose will have steer a new meaning for presenteeism. We used to pay salaries for people showing up at office. Now it's going to be more about what you can deliver. So the office will no longer be just the where and how, but the why we work, and an integrated philosophy of purpose, talent, culture, and leadership. So that's about the workplace. Now the work and the workforce, I think with COVID, there has been a significant uptick in the use of variable temporary workforce. This includes a mix of models like, gig workers who are in essence professional freelancers, and they move from project to project within the company. And then there is also this just-in-time hiring. This has become a common model, given that most organizations think that a bench is very inefficient. So there are also quite a bit of thoughts around creating a workforce where employment is permanent, but without the traditional requirements or offices, that is, work on your terms from anywhere, which is becoming more like a delivery-based approach. So this is also extending not just in country, but also beyond borders, where companies have employees not just working from one country, but anywhere in the world. Of course, the nature of the business and the work will determine which model can be applied more consistently. At a high level, we see a shift from permanent FTEs. Companies are now more okay with temporary contingent workforce. I see a shift of roughly, if you say 80-20 before, I see that more and more 60-40 kind of thing, and maybe even 50-50. There are obviously, it depends on the nature of the business. It also depends on, what appetite we have for IP, data protection kind of risks. But clearly, I see a shift happening. Now, in terms of trends, obviously, the gig economy is one thing. So it's a key source of new forms of work that are reshaping views of both the employer and employee relationship and how particular jobs can be carried out. And then, I think it also requires companies to start redesigning traditional jobs to include many of the benefits for independent gig work. At the same time, it also requires training our managers to be better to relate to the temporary workforce. So a lot of things happening. Of course, AI and automation, I don't need to mention that. Cloud is another area. But to me, I think the key is also the demand for soft skills. Hard skills in the areas such as cloud, AI, I think are given, but soft skills are going to be proving equally valuable, if not important, for the future of work. Technical abilities such as those which I mentioned can be taught to people, but soft skills such as, say, creativity, collaboration, emotional intelligence, empathy, they tend to be innate, and they are much more difficult to teach. So these are some of the things which I see when it comes to workplace and workforce.
That's an excellent perspective, Vishy, and thanks so much. And I do want to come back to a couple of points that you made around, the liquid workforce and the challenge of managing that liquid workforce, and not just as a concept, but as a reality, and the interlinkages that you drew between the three. So I'll come back on that. And I can see that Sangeeta has now joined, and welcome, Sangeeta. Sangeeta, I'm sure you heard Ranjan and you heard Vishy. There's always been this sort of rule, if I can say so, that's been followed in the industry, saying, okay, if it's transactional, then just choose a partner. If it is value adding and value enabler, just keep it in-house. And that's how capabilities got made. And of course, in the outsourcing world, in the managed services world, they want to get more and more into higher value. And in the in-house center world, you want to be more and more a business partner, right, to the business. What are you seeing, Sangeeta, and what is your perspective on this very important topic?
Thank you, Ritu, and firstly, apologies that I'm late. As we all talk about the new era and the digital workspace, one benefit of that is that anywhere, anytime, you can connect with anybody and engage, but sometimes technology can play and create that kind of impact. So my apologies on that, but thanks, Ritu. This is a great question. You're absolutely right. In fact, I see this question from two aspects. When I began my career, I thought from outsourcing perspective, our industry was known into two-factor enablement. One was around outsourcing of straightforward transaction-based area of transactions, like it could be just the trade department or finance related simple aspects. The other contradiction or contrast was hugely value added services. Like I think in India, we absolutely were ahead of the game when it comes to offshoring, and how India was capable was around IT and project management space. So that was quite a niche skill, and that was really value-added services. And I think these two segments were completely ahead of the curve in terms of where you would outsource, where you would actually use facilitators than the managed model. I see from a COVID perspective, the impact it has created, and also, moving to the digital and transformation era. The first part of transaction processing, the conventional way of workings are completely changing, and hence would we be okay to say that in future we would have simple and straightforward work which we would migrate or use third party and keep the value added services? I would say that if something was that straightforward, it would have been automated by now, it would have been transformed by now. So it's all about the workforce and intelligence being used around what values can you bring in the supply chain, what can you insource where you need more business and product knowledge versus where you need industry experience, and you would like to tap into that industry experience to bring more synergies. So absolutely that end-to-end value chain would enhance our experiences, because not every organization would be like to do completely in-source. That wouldn't be using our capabilities to fullest. There are certain expertise we would like to get it from external. One of the examples, I could take it from HSBC. I'm sure you all have been reading and following the changes we are doing, where we are profitable, where we are absolutely great in the value we bring to our customers, we would retain that. But where we think we need absolute value from some of our industry expertise and experience, strategic partners in consulting firms, we are completely exploring that area. And I think that's the future I am able to visualize. I think gone are the days when straightforward transactions were outsourced, because I think that will become zero in future.
That's a provocative viewpoint, and thanks for articulating that, Sangeeta. The one quick follow-on I have for you though is, how do you see these two worlds interacting with each other? From the business point of view, it's one integrated service, right? And now you've got this ecosystem of multiple partners and so on and so forth. How do you see, what's the best way to make these two ecosystems work together?
I think the best way would be, in terms of our oral experience, I have used the word strategic partner, because it shouldn't be managed, it shouldn't be treated as external, it shouldn't be seen different. It's more like partnership and value-based work, and hence the oral experience would be more on how strategically the organizations and the consulting firms can come together and bring the best value for the customer, because ultimately all of these ecosystem is created to enhance our customer experience and make their life easy.
Yeah, that's so that's a perfect segue for my next question, Ranjan, to you, which is, so it looks like the strategic view of the work that is done and the value it can potentially add to the organization, regardless of the model that we follow, right, is the key. But what really allows, and what would be your advice, whether it is in-house or also, it doesn't matter, but what is your advice on making that journey from a transactional partner to a value-based partner, value-adding partner?
So that's a great question and very relevant, Ritu. And like Vishu was saying, this crisis has opened up. Can you hear me all right? Okay. So this crisis has opened up new talent pools, new business models, and new ways of working. And similarly, Sangeeta also talked about it. I don't think there'll be one cookie cutter approach to the labels that we have applied over the last 2 decades in the industry. And you and I have seen this movie for the last 2 decades. I think personally, what we can achieve is only limited by what we aspire to do. And so how do you position yourself, your center, your relationships, and your talent pool is the first predicator of where you will land. So moving from the traditional order takers to true business partners, that happens here in the mind. And then once you decide, so for example, our example in PepsiCo, GBS is a strategic investment at the corporate level to drive transformation for the enterprise. And having made that bold long-term statement, then we are making the right investments in the kind of talent we hire, the kind of ecosystem we enable on, the kind of focus we have on migrations and continuous improvement and transformation. And then it builds on into what kind of reward mechanism you put in place, what kind of incentives for the employees you put in, what kind of behaviors you promote. So it's all about aspiration and then following through in my mind. And in today's world, in the last 9 months, we have seen the world completely turn around in a lot of ways, from the peak of the January bullishness of 2020 and then sudden major dip and then hopefully the recovery as well. And in this case, it's very important to have a model which is agile, a model that can flex to your changing needs, and the model that's relevant to your business. In PepsiCo, for example, because of the COVID-induced business changes, we have to create go-to-consumer models at a very short notice. And then we realized, thanks to this global footprint that we now have as part of GBS, we were able to deliver a platform for going direct to consumer in a matter of weeks than a similar objective in a Fortune 50 company would have taken several months in the past. So I think that agility, that flexibility, but built on first desire, intent, and then investment, I think will take us from where we are and to where we want to be.
Now those are inspiring set of words, Ranjan, and that journey is something that you and the entire team is living right now. And I can see, Sudhir, that you've joined back, and hopefully we would have resolved the glitches. But let me ask you this. I think the natural follow-up to that sort of very inspirational frame that Ranjan drew out is, how do you look ahead? So if you're inside today, sitting inside a GBS or a shared service, sitting inside an outsourcing relationship, which is extremely critical to the clients, how should you think about the opportunities that the future should bring? I think we've heard about work from anywhere. We've heard about work in workplace that Vishy really laid out very articulately. And then Sangeeta followed it up by saying that, look, this is no longer a word where you can just label things and keep them the way it is. It is an integrated view of the organization. So Sudhir, over to you for your perspective on the future.
No, I think, first of all, thanks. That glitch I could now figure out. And I was talking about adaptability and flexibility, and I had to do that. So anytime if you come across any problem, you have to relog. So reboot always helps. Huh? So that's what I did. But again, coming back to this point, I guess, I think Rishi talked about, Sangeeta talked about, if we look at the future, it is all about how much we can imagine. And before we really jump into the future, let's talk about what's happening surrounding us. At least for the last 8-9 months, we can see some fundamentals are getting questioned. One, there is a huge amount of volunteering which is happening globally, which was not a defined role of an organization or a service provider. A lot of volunteering is happening. I think you have to be mindful how we can encash that pattern. Second thing which is happening is a lot of incremental or small acts are getting focused. It can be as simple as your say-do ratio of an organization. It can be your commitment. It can be your reliability, predictability. All of that is a big area to focus on. And behind that is the whole data sets which are also generating. Because as we are moving toward digital, the data are coming out in trillions, right? So that's another opportunity we should think of. Third, which is happening is a lot of consumption is also getting into a contribution, which means if you look at many companies have gone beyond the scope, and I was going through some of the articles about Corning Glass and some of the big established companies, even they have been threatened to make sure that they go beyond the scope which they had started with. Look at the pharma companies, the way collaboration happened. Where is the whole combination of patent is now getting discussed. So some of the limitations with which we started maybe 20 years back, they are getting shelved. So that's another one. One very important to all our panelists, I'm sure we are experiencing, we used to sell what GBS can do to our company. And that was a huge thing that we used to go to our seniors and say, you know what we can do for you. With the business continuity, resilience being proved, many of the companies I'm connecting with my peers, that question, can you do, is gone from the window. So there is a huge opportunity of change management being shelved for some time. I hope it is for some time. We should encash that opportunity. Then this whole piece of community. Now, GBS or GICs are no more, or service providers are no more aggregate of resources. I think Vishy talked about it. Or aggregate of resources in a building, right? Sangeeta, I have been to your place. It's a building with 20,000 people, 15,000 people. Now, it's not an aggregate of resources in a building, but an aggregate of resources in a network. That itself brings a huge opportunity as to where and how you can get the resource. So really, if you look at what is happening in the mega pattern of the society where we operate, I think we have to be mindful, and that's another very important part of the future growth. Then comes, if you look at the manufacturing side of the business, every company is looking at Industry 4.0. And I'm referring from a GBS of an ABB point of view. The moment we are penetrating into Industry 4.0, that brings a huge amount of opportunity where the GBS can do. Data analytics is definitely one area. But one very important thing which is going through a shift is each of us are becoming the moment of truth for the company. So if Priyaranjan wants to know how I feel about the PepsiCo products, or if Sangeeta wants to know how I feel about the HSBC service, there is no intermediary now. And that's a great opportunity where the whole population is your opportunity of moment of truth creation. Again, giving a very typical example of the petroleum industry or the industry, process industry we operate. We used to send a 15 years to 20 years experienced engineer to an oil field or to a steel plant or to a process plant to understand the diagnostics, basic diagnostics. With Industry 4.0, that diagnostics has been given to a handheld machine of any employee of that plant. So if you come across a leakage or a heat zone, you can take a scan and that goes to a data center or a central database to analyze. So I'm just thinking, if you really look at what's happening around you, around us in the society, then every consumer, there's no consumer segment now. Every individual is becoming consumer. His or her need is different. And this whole piece of last mile experience, which everyone is looking at, because they're not going out of home. Every company is entering the home of the consumer. Think how great that opportunity is. So it is completely taking the boundaries away from us. So how I experience HSBC is not to go to a bank, or how I experience ABB is not to go to ABB installation. I can feel it sitting at home. So I think we will park this as a thought process to ignite a lot of opportunities in front of us. But broadly, if you look at the combination of manufacturing SMEs and the service industry to come close to each other is a great opportunity for at least a country like us. So I'll just park these thoughts and then we can move forward.
That's a pretty broad frame, Sudhir, and I think you touched upon various elements, of end consumer, of the business, of this ecosystem, and so on. I do want to invite any other panelists to sort of react to or build on, what Sudhir said. Vishy, Sangeeta, would you like to just talk about the future a little bit, and then we will come to, move on to other topics.
Yep. I hope you can hear me, Ritu. So
yes, Vishy, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think I agree with many things which the panelists said. I think the needs of the client have changed. I think it's important that in whatever we do going forward, we need to put the client at the center. Whatever transformation we are driving, I think we are doing it for them. And also, I look at the new world. I think there is a digital tsunami out there. So it's all about agility. And in Randstad, actually, we have come up with human forward leadership. And our human forward is not just our employees, our clients, our candidates, because we are the largest staffing company in the world. And we put about 6 lakh people to work every day. And in India, almost about 60,000. So it's about how do we connect with them in a meaningful way, and how can we provide, for example, lifetime employability for candidates. And at the same time, we are also realizing that the needs of these people are changing and evolving. So I think it's a continuous process. I don't think anybody can be ahead of the race, but I believe that the more and more you're future focused and taking action. I recently learned something called as 30 by 3 by 3. So you look at 30 years from now, take actions which can be done, accomplished in 3 years. Or rather, you need to look at 30 years from the horizon. And I'm sure all those are going to happen in 3 years. And then you need to be prepared to take action within 3 months. So that's a very interesting way of looking at things. So it's all about agility.
Wow. You gave a couple of phrases there that are really interesting, right? You talked about the digital tsunami and this whole framework. You're talking about accelerating really, and how the future is a lot closer than we think. And many people believe that the future is here. Sangeeta, moving on to the digital part of things, and we've been hearing about this all morning. Now, building digital is one thing, right? And partnering for digital is one thing, and deploying and getting benefits from it is yet another. And I think there is a very, very key difference between the two, and a bridge to be walked, to really get value from digital that gets deployed and chosen. What is your perspective on this, and what has been your experience of getting benefits from digital, and how does one go about it?
Thank you, Ritu. Hope you can hear me. Just quick check.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much. So again, a lot of this digital operations acceleration is also, and speed and agility is an outcome of COVID-19. We've all seen those WhatsApp jokes which said that, did your company start working from home and allowing or capability of working from home because your top bosses had that strategy or company had that strategy, or it was because COVID-19 came up? And absolutely, I would replicate the word and use the word tsunami of change occurred just in no time. So we all had great digital platforms and great strategy for last many years, but that pace wasn't as good as it should have been. COVID-19 completely transformed that pace. It's all about speed of execution. It's all about what can you tap into these resources in challenging times, and what can you do better. When it comes to digital transformation, I think our industry has seen one of the best times because of COVID. It has been more positive than it could have any side effects. One of the examples I would give you, mid-year this year, I mean, for many years, we have had the strategy that we wanted most and most customers to move into the straight-through processing, penetration of more channel usage, and the overall client experiences. Yet bespoke processes have been out there for a really long time because of the ways of working. COVID brought tsunami of change. One of that biggest change was almost 400% uptick in the channel adoption within certain markets. And it was one of our best time because we were able to leverage most of our frontline staff to actually communicate and interact with our clients and customers to convert them into digital experiences. Now that we have moved into that era, do we think we will come back again to old ways of working? No, actually journey from here looks beautiful and massively great for our digital transformation. Few of the trends again, which I'm seeing, which we are already working and utilizing this era of change, is around our self-service model, AI-based chatbot. One of the examples I would give, we still have huge offshoring around contact centers, the calling-based processes. Now that's completely transforming into chatbot. Instead of clients waiting for 45 minutes for their call in the queue, or instead of our colleagues taking and responding to one of the client experiences at one time, they could handle almost 10 to 12 chats at the same time and simultaneously and resolve their queries. So I think that's another immediate outcome I'm able to see, because we've actually had great segue into this particular era. Relaunching and rebooting the entire workspace. If you're able to use digital transformation agenda now, you would be able to reboot, reshape the way we have been thinking, the way we have been serving our customers. That's again completely transforming and accelerating. There is absolutely no space now. The other, I think the whole of this plethora and the whole of this discussion is all about, at the central stage, our customer, and how we actually make them, enable them and empower them with tools and techniques which are very simple and straightforward to use, everything around the self-service model. So I do see a lot of outcomes already this year, and we wouldn't absolutely go back few steps now. The journey from here looks absolutely amazing in terms of what we can do for our customers.
Fantastic, fantastic, Sangeeta. And as you embark on this journey, what would be top of the mind challenge that you've heard from the businesses and yourself? What could stop you from achieving that very exciting future that you just enunciated?
I think few of the challenges which I heard from our fellow panelists as well. World is changing rapidly. The speed is most important than ever before. The challenges are also around our customers' needs changing even more rapidly. The regulatory and compliance landscape in certain countries and certain markets, and most importantly, are we and our colleagues in the service industry are equipped with that thought process, equipped with that learning agility to support and transform this change. And hence, to be, I would use the HSBC theme, being a bank fit for the future. Do we have agility in our team with the future skill sets that we will be able to transform that space, able to support our customers and their needs as well? So I think that would be, I would say, one of the biggest challenge we are seeing. Yet we have a great journey, something which we worked this year just to begin that journey, and something which we have to continue to do that. With COVID, we launched themes around unlearn, relearn, kind of initiatives would definitely help us.
Those are terrific practical tips. Now, I want to switch gears to a very, very related topic, people. And Ranjan, the question I wanted to ask you was, so we're excited about work from home, work from anywhere models. It allows for tremendous flexibility. It gets access to new talent pools. And yet there are challenges. I mean, there is this whole narrative on the idea of isolation, about how innovation will suffer because people are less together, about how the mental well-being of people has become very, very important. So what would be your experience in what is the impact this is having on client interactions, on employee motivation, around the grounds up innovation that the sector so thrives on, where everyone is thinking about a new and a better way to work every day? So kind of a broad question on the impact that it is having on people overall, and what is your perspective on how do we keep up that engagement, that motivation, that inspiration on the ground?
So, this question is even more important because it's been just 9 months that we've been working from home, all of us. And this whole situation just hit us with a strong punch. But now, because we don't want to look behind, it feels like it's been there forever. And it's important at the end of the year to reflect on the question that you said or asked on what has worked, what did not work, and how we will improve things for the future. So for us, my number one learning was it wasn't about the organization and the employee anymore. Everything that we did together. Second, we had 4 steps. The first one was enable. Our employees, many of them did not have the infrastructure to work from home. So while the intent was there and the imperative was there, but they weren't completely equipped with the infrastructure. So the first one was to build the infrastructure. Second was about communicate. There was so much of anxiety, so much of nervousness. There was so much of uncertainty, if you remember 9 months back, about what's coming, how long is this for, what does it mean for me, and what impact will it have for me and my family, etc. So it was very important as leaders to communicate transparently, frequently, and with as much of positivity that you can muster in a situation like that. So I think that's the second thing we did. The third one was energize. And you use that word about how do you keep motivating. So beyond the first few months of very high enthusiasm, very high focus on outcomes, and everyone was, and especially the millennials, but in general, all employees were curious and hungry to do more. There was an inevitable dip in motivation. And that's where the third piece of our game plan, which was around energize, came into play. And we did a lot of these activities around, yoga, wellness, ergonomics, parenting, celebrations, made sure that every success was recognized and celebrated. And the last one is simplify, which is the most important in my mind, and which is again the question that you asked. So the way we have traditionally communicated across teams, the way we have traditionally communicated across silos, the way we have made processes, we're all geared up for in-person, in-office, high-touch technology kind of interactions. Now our technology and our interactions and our processes have to align to this new normal. And so we reduced the number of long reviews, we improved the quantity and quality of short, high-intensity, high-touch interactions. We enabled people to have more free and freewheeling communications all around. So again, enable, energize, simplify, communicate. These are the 4 things we kept on doing. But the thing, Ritu, that's really hit me after so many years of being in corporate life is how amazing the indomitability of human spirit is. How amazing is the way everyone truly stepped up. And I'm so proud of our employees who have truly risen to the occasion. And so, lesson learned this year, do not predict the future because there is nothing new. The thing that I knew in January that could have told me where we would be in December this year. But I can tell you, the future will not be anything like our past and the present. And we will have to continue to learn and act.
Well, very, very well said, Ranjan. And almost that framework that you laid out and the practices that you are, I can almost see that as some of the leading practices that all of us need to learn from. And certainly it has worked for PepsiCo and for a lot of the other organizations who are very, very focused on and who understand how innovation inevitably comes from people. That's where innovation really comes from. Everything else is a tool and enablement in between. I do want Sudhir, you to come in, because I've talked to you in the past and you've told me about this whole idea of purpose, right, and fulfillment. And Vishy, you referred to it in your opening comments also. Sudhir, as you're thinking about the whole people model, whether it's recruiting, whether it's onboarding, whether it's talent management, and so on, what are your thoughts on what is that model of the future for workforce management?
Yeah, so I guess, if you look at the workforce we all are handling, and also the ecosystem, again, going back to what I said, information is not a problem. If I look at any of the resources who you interview or you interact with, or you have your own employees, information, they're overloaded with information. I think the real work of leadership or any person who is going to steer them is how precisely you connect to the need and how the fulfillment is going to happen. And need is definitely, all of us acknowledge that need is only coming from the customer. That's the only source of earning, right? So how we can simplify that need, and we can use any of the tools and techniques and methods, whether it is design thinking, customer facing interactions, etc., etc. But I think that's the real punchline, which as a leaders or the industry drivers we need to bring. Reason being, today the employee or any kid with whom you are going to convert them to professionals, they're not bothered about how many hours you engage them. But the brand of a company is linked to the purpose for which the company is. And I think that's where the real shift of a VUCA world we are experiencing. It is not that, like when we started, if you are engaged 8 hours, and if you are slightly more engaged, that means you are really valued. Gone those days. Now the employees, and I think that's the right model to be in, so they have to be really purposefully engaged. Now, I think what Ranjan said, what Vishy said, Sangeeta said, we were absolutely astonished and surprised. We used to put so much of effort and we used to think we are the leaders who are pulling them together. The whole language of cross-functional thing was as if it was a cliche. They have all pushed it out, right? So there is a natural leadership flow which has happened. And I think a very important leadership learning we are going through is this whole hierarchical leadership, that you sit on the edge of a table and then rest 20 people will acknowledge you as the informer, is gone. Because the information is so easily available. So the leader who is going to say, I'm the leading of this individual or the group, they have to be contextually connected. That's a very, very important component. Then there is another economics which we have to bring together. Every company has to do is the whole cost to serve. And that pushes another opportunity as to how you simplify your work. How do you make your customer see your organization without any barriers? And how you as an organization can see the customer without any barrier. I think that simplification, so most of the effort has to go there, because that's where the real value is going to come. So really what Priyaranjan said, what we thought we know in the month of January, February is all gone. I think today personally, I feel I used to waste probably 70% of the time, which was absolutely so easy. So future way I see is, future is going to be much more simple. Future will be much more vocal. And I think I will just park before I close. The leadership is the only failure which I think is going to happen. I think we all need to be mindful that if we don't behave like a fighter pilot in this environment, or at least if not a fighter pilot, a commercial pilot. So I will probably bring a simile of a pilot that when we go through a air trip and we go through a turbulent time and no one speaks to you, think how bad that scenario goes. So if you are in an air pocket zone and there is no communication coming to you, and for minutes together you are going through a turbulence, the real solace comes when you see the pilot comes on the speaker, says, this is your pilot speaking. And for next 2 minutes, we will have a turbulence. I think that's the role of a leader which is going to come now. I think we should not own everything. I think let go is the most important thing for a leader today. But communicate, I think what Priyanjan said is so So important. Communicate periodically what's happening. Be transparent. Because if you don't put yourself in that zone, anyway, people will get to know, right? Connect these people. We should not go into any hierarchy. Connect your entire organization seamlessly with the purpose. It's not a layer-to-layer communication, which is important. So more one-to-many communication is going to happen. More many-to-one communication need to happen. Another thing which is very important, I think Vishy talked about, and I was overhearing while I was struggling with my system, is the whole emotional quotient of the leadership layer is very important. You know, many times I get wrapped up by a question as to how are you tracking the productivity. Frankly, my next few months or maybe 1 year, I'm not going to count productivity because I think the employees have given more than what we expected them to do. I think there will be not more than 1 to 2% employee who will fudge their work, who will not spend time. But I think we have been all across industry, they have proved that they all have stood. Many of them have actually spent more than the expected hours to perform. So I think we have to somewhere now question another thing, which is what is our performance measurement? In the new world, how do I see what is the best player, what is the average player, what player needs more development? I think the whole performance management is an open book now, because you can't sit across the table and say, you know, your behavior is like this or your performance is like this. And that's the biggest load I think we as leaders have to put as to how we can engage this so-called creative presence of people. And I think we have a very small window. Another few months, once this whole virus is in a back seat, I think we will go probably back to some extent of the old methods. But I think there's a small window we should convert as to how we can convert our methods of working, methods of connection, performance management, rewards, development, how we can spot those bright people. You know, I was surprised by my own assessment. Few people I used to think that mediocre. Actually, they have stood up to occasion. Okay. So I guess it's those fundamental well-being of a leadership. I think intellectual well-being is very important. We need to constantly learn, unlearn. I think Sangeeta talked about it. Emotional well-being of the leader is very, very important. If you are not at peace with yourself, you can't drive that for the organization. I think that's a very important thing.
That's right.
And you can't be that nervous pilot who can say, we are surrounded by air pockets and I don't know what to do, right? So you have to constantly be in that frame where you are communicating. Third is the communication well-being. I think yeah. Yeah, sorry,
Sudhir. I just wanted on one point, and I do want to come back to the measurement of value, because I think that's the way I would like to conclude. I think we're in the last 10 minutes. So if I can just interrupt you for one quick second, take your analogy forward, Sudhir, on the commercial aircraft. What was coming into my mind as I was thinking about that analogy was that, and Vishy, you're in the people business, right? In that aircraft, the people sitting on that turbulent aircraft or facing that turbulence is now a mix of a very, very different kind of workforce, right? You've got the liquid workforce, you've got contract, you've got partners, you've got employees, you've got your business partners, and so on. So now this whole idea of a unified, homogeneous one workforce is now no longer valid. So Vishy, as you put your thinking hat on this whole frame and advise, a client or advise a business as they are structuring their workforce, right, with all the business environments, uncertainty, and yet this thing, what are the leading practices to manage such a workforce from your standpoint, right? Because this is not about just putting someone in the job for 6 months and saying, okay, I variabilize my costs, I put that into my P&L, it's all done, good. So the whole people practices and all the good stuff that Ranjan and Sudhir have talked about has to apply to that ecosystem and not just to a part of that ecosystem. So what would be your views on it, just taking forward this point of it?
Yeah. So Ritu, I think that's a great question. And the first thing, even before I get there, I think I want to talk a little bit about my own experience with leadership in this crisis. We always talk about leadership with empathy. But in this 9 months, what I have learned that empathy is not good enough. You need to learn compassion, because you always oh, my network is down, I'm having a flood in Chennai, there is no electricity. So you're always empathetical about it. But in this crisis, you have seen people, they're losing their family members, So I think it's about what as a leader can I do rather than just making a phone call and say I'm sorry about it. So that's something. So I kind of try and think myself, what can I do in this situation? Sometimes you cannot do much, but maybe you could do something different. So that's one thing I thought I should share. That's something which I have personally learned. But coming back to your question, I think most often, I think today people, the way companies look at workforce is in compartments. Okay, this is my senior management, this is my fixed workforce, and this is my flexible workforce who are outsourced, and I don't care much about it. So I think going forward, I would say there should be a 360-degree change in the way we do performance appraisals, So and the way we communicate to this diverse workforce. Most often, contract workforce are ignored. Now they become part of the mission, purpose, vision. So I think there needs to be a lot of alignment that needs to happen. And which means you need to engage more, think that they are our own employees, think that this family is much bigger. So I think that's the first step. Obviously, it's going to be a challenge, especially in India, because when I deal with contract workforce, we have more than 2,500 clients. We see diverse views. So some of them are even right from paying salaries on time, paying minimum wages. They want to be on par with their own core employees. They see them no different. But when we do see clients who want to cut corners. So I think it's also about legislation. It's also about making things simple. I think there is more and more a concept of pay for outcomes that should come more than pay for presence. So I think you need reforms in that area, and the great thing is we would see some reforms coming very soon. So that's good news.
That's right. That's right. So just to follow up on that, to kind of touch upon that topic, and then I will close asking each of the panelists' views on where value will come from and how to measure that value. But before I do that, Vishy, in terms of regulatory environment, and I think the government has done a bunch of stuff lately to ease out business in this sector, and I think the recognition that the sector needs that policy environment to be simplified. And of course, labor reforms we hear around the corner, etc. What is your view on the ease of doing business part and the role that the regulations and the policy changes can play?
Yeah. So again, as a staffing company, I think we are not recognized as a separate industry today. So we are still part of a multinational corporation. But then we have something called as an Indian Staffing Federation, which is a conglomeration of some large staffing companies. So I think it's great news that our labor reforms were outdated. They were in the mid 90s, and then we continued with that. And the good thing is now it's being simplified. There are 9 big labor acts which were prevalent are now converted into 4. And then these have got the presidential's nod early in September. Still waiting for the rules to be formulated. But I think the key changes that have come in these regulations, and we are still waiting for the rules, is the definition of wages. So that's been clarified, which is consistent now with all the labor codes. So I think that's great news. It's actually widened the coverage, the social security. Because right now social security is not there for the unorganized sector. So in the new labor codes you see both organized and unorganized sectors, and even self-employed persons eligible for social security. So which is great news. There have been changes around the way gratuity is paid. Today's I think it's only about say 5 years tenure, and then you get gratuity. There is a definition on fixed term employment. So this gives a lot of flexibility for companies to hire people for a certain term. So I think my takeaway is, it's a welcome move from the government to subsume all these 9 existing laws, get them, and this is a great move in terms of simplification and rationalization of the law as well. So one has to wait and see how the schemes and the rules come through. But clearly, I think the intent is there, and I see this as a huge advancement in terms of easing the business, and then also making sure that you can recognize the different modes of employability that is going to emerge. So overall, I would compliment the government for taking this bold step.
Thank you, Vishy. Thank you for that. And I think that was a very, very important dimension of the perspective that you just added, because ultimately no one is operating in isolation. We are very much a part of the regulatory and the policy environment, within India. So in closing, I would request each of the panelists just to take a couple of minutes on topics like value. So when you think about the value, the measurement of it, the definition of it, the way the value gets measured for what the center is today doing for the business or for its people, and increasingly now for society and for the environment, because purpose is now tied not only to service delivery, but also to the broader topics that we talked about, right? So just to look ahead as to the traditional measurement of this value was SLA, KPIs, how green are you, and so on and so forth. How do you see this measurement system itself changing? And how do you think that will evolve as the center and the space itself evolves? So I can go in any order, but Sangeeta, maybe you can go ahead, and then Ranjan will close with Sangeeta.
Thank you, Ritu. Just in terms of the value and how the measurements are changing, I would like to maybe give a quick thought in terms of how we are even changing the way India used to provide support from the offshoring perspective, not just India, all the locations which we manage. Where it started from transaction based to more project management and IT related work which we delivered. Today, COVID has changed the dynamics and changed the thought process where everybody across the world was working from home. So when you look at the future, when you look at the target operating model and what values can you bring from any of the locations, you can actually have an endless conversations, because every role is up for grab. Every value-added services can be delivered from any of our locations which are strategic, which has absolute great knowledge, and which could actually bring more value to the overall customer experiences. And I think that has completely again transformed the workspace, because we are now thinking about how most complex roles can be done from anywhere in the world, and what would it bring to our customer, and what would it bring to our overall regulators as well, and even from technology and change perspective. So that's what I would like to summarize. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Ranjan, over to you.
Yeah, so Ritu, for me, measurement will move from static metrics to dynamic metrics. I mean, traditionally, when we used to measure SLAs, KPIs in this industry for 2-3 decades, is primarily to measure effort and to make sure that people are working and people are delivering. But now with this whole remote paradigm, that is gone. Trust is now the foundation of our work. So we are assuming, and we have seen it, that our teams are putting in all the effort. So now more and more measurement has to be around outcomes, has to be around agility, has to be around what does the business truly need. And that keeps changing, or evolving over time. So I think I see that happening over a period of time.
Sudhir, would you like to add to the perspective?
Yeah, so I guess I will just add up to what Sangeeta and Priyaranjan said. I guess value, one, definitely the stakeholder value continues. So I think as a delivery centers, how we are doing more with less, how we are enabling growth, whether it is for a regional growth or I think that's very important. That's going to continue. But I think one very important piece, which is again a pivotal and continuing, that the business continuity is given, reliability is given, say-do ratio is given, is this whole piece of purposefully engaging the workforce the customer base, stakeholder. I think all the three need to be very closely monitored because it's a dynamic world. So what was the purpose maybe some time back will fade out and some new purpose will come. And future, to what Vishy said, future is going to be where employees will join a company for a brand and a purpose, and they will leave the company if they don't see that purpose being there. So I think it will be on us to hold the employees or the good employees. Otherwise, every company will continue to have a very mediocre bunch of people and all the good people will continue to move. I think that's another thing we have to keep a very close track, because it's not that Bangalore, Gurgaon, Pune, 5, 6, 10, Hyderabad are the only locations left. A person can operate equally effectively from any place in the world, right? So it will be push opportunity for the employer and also a kind of a heavy pressure on us to retain the good workforce. So I think that's where I would say the metrics are going to change.
Vishy, would you like to add, since I didn't pose this question to you, would you like to add to this very important topic?
Sure. I kind of agree with all what Priyaranjan, Sudhir, Sangeeta said. The only thing I would add is, the day a client tells me that, hey, you are my most trusted partner, that's when I think we continue to add value. So I think it's about strengthening client relationships, being, it's about communication, being close to, the SLAs and things like that would remain, I guess, because you still need some measurements. But it's also about, them looking at you and saying that, hey, you become a strategic partner for us, so that's when I would think we continue to add value.
And Ritu, maybe I'll just add one very important piece which is going to come and we have to be mindful. See, every company we used to have a front office, right? Or a business development layer, which will be the most informed, polished, with whom the customer is supposedly going to connect. I think that layer is going to become much thinner. That layer will be a bunch of SMEs who will bring the subject matter and the industry knowledge, to Vishy's point, to bring the trust and the partnership. But the entire organization is now going to be exposed to your customer. So I think, again, going back to the leadership and the definition of organization, I think we have to be clear that what you say and commit in the front, does the last person in the organization understand that? I think that is going to be another value metrics we have to start tracking, which is to be the penetration of your purpose and the commitment you are giving to your customer. Does it really flow right up to the person who is a part of the value chain?
And I'm, very tempted to ask one question because I've got 4 minutes and I really want to use that time. But if you were to today advise either a new global company or an Indian company looking at using this model, whatever that model may be, what would your advice be to that CEO or CXO who's currently going to take that decision, right? So let's start in the reverse order, just a minute each, please. But Sudhir, go ahead.
I would say first spend time with that CEO to have much more mega expectation. I think it should not be cost arbitrage expectation, which many CEOs came to these kind of organizations. I think that visioning is very important for that layer of the organization, and that's where I think the seed gets planted.
Excellent. Ranjan? I'm just going in the order of the screens that I'm seeing on my screen. Go ahead, Ranjan.
Short advice, come for talent, but a slightly broader advice considering where we are at the end of the year. One, believe in the human ability of resilience. B, have gratitude for everything that you and your team members have gone through and have survived. And finally, have optimism, because the future is only going to be brighter. If we bring these mindsets to the play, gratitude, resilience, and optimism, we will be successful.
Fantastic. I would add curiosity to that, but that's such an amazing concoction. Thank you, Ranjan. Sangeeta.
Thank you. So I would just add on to my fellow colleagues that I think it would be more around empower your people. Don't hire and tell them what to do. Let them navigate through and use their curiosity, entrepreneurial skill set, and bring value-added services, and build on strength start on strength, that optimism and positivity.
Great, thank you. And Vishy, what would your advice be to your CEO who's currently evaluating a decision like this?
Well, I would, obviously, I think it's all about people, right? So it's about disciplined people, disciplined process, and disciplined performance. And I would say people need to have an experimentation culture. Innovation starts with making small investment in small experiments. So I would say start small, never fail to fail, and be able to scale fast.
Fantastic. I don't think I will top this with any summarization. This is absolutely great the way it is. So I do want to thank my panelists, Vishy, Sangeeta, Ranjan, Sudhir. What a fantastic hour and 15 minutes that was. Thank you very, very much for your time today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. Our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining. And Rahul, over back.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ritu. Such an encouraging from you, the enriching session and very engaging to hear all the speakers here, the esteemed panelists here. So this brings us to the end of the session. We will now move to the next session, which is optimizing risk and cost through technology-led outsourcing. We have Mr. V.G. Sundaram. He's Head of Modernization and Innovation, Amazon Internet. He would be moderating the session. Along with him, we have the panelists. We have Mr. Ritesh Hegde. He's the Senior Director and Artificial Intelligence and Analytics from Cognizant. We have Mr. Raju from Silicon Valley. We have Mr. Chandragupta, Senior Vice President, FIS Global Business Solutions. We have Mr. Karthik, he's Head of Solution Engineering, Tata Communications. And we have Mr. Srinivas Prabhakar Rao, he's India Head of Digital Transformation, State Street. Over to you, Mr. Ram.
Hey, thanks so much, Rahul, and thanks so much for having me over, and thanks to my fellow panelists. Just a little bit more of introduction on my panelists here. Ritesh heads the delivery for AI and analytics managed services at Cognizant, and he comes with deep expertise on areas like enterprise architecture, information strategy, AI operations, and disruptive automation. Mr. Chandragupta, who is the Senior VP at FIS Global, he comes with deep expertise in delivery in areas like BFSI, specifically with regard to digital, mobile, and cloud tech. And Mr. Raju Chiviluri, who is the GDC lead at Silicon Valley Bank. And he comes with deep expertise on helping companies go from their old style, waterfall style of development to a modern agile development model. Mr. Srinivas Prabhakar Rao, who is the India head for digital transformation at State Street. And he comes with deep expertise in designing and implementing very complex enterprise class applications. And Mr. Karthik Ramasubramaniam, who is the head of solution engineering for the southern region at Tata Communications Limited. He comes with 20 years of experience both in pre and post sales across the breadth of TCL's offerings. And I've been with Amazon Internet Services Private Limited, or what you would know as AWS globally, but the India entity is called AISPL. I've been here for about 3.5 years. I head the migration and digital innovation teams. And prior to that, I've spent about 25 years in the industry, most of which was in Oracle for about 21 years. So with that, let me, just introduce the session. Today, as Rahul mentioned, we are talking in terms of how to optimize cost and risks in such a changed world. And obviously, such an eclectic audience like yourselves, you would expect to hear from a fairly eclectic panel. And that's why we have a panel for you, which is quite eclectic in nature. So let me start by putting a question, the first question out there. So I'll start with Ritesh. So Ritesh, how do you see technology as helping to improve efficiencies and lowering the cost of managed and shared services, particularly in a post-COVID world? Over to you, Ritesh.
Thanks, Sundar. So I think it's been a very interesting. I've been logged in since morning. It's an interesting view that I've heard through the entire sessions. I also heard panelists talk about multiple options and multiple suggestions. Let me share my thought, right? So I come from a data world. At the end of the day, in the underlying digital landscape that the customers are going in has a big influence on what we are going to do or what we are doing and going to do in the future. right? So I look at it as when I look at a managed services or a shared services model. At the end of the day, it is a end-to-end starts with the underlying infrastructure to the application that the business runs to the business process, right? So it could be as simple as I think some of the organization might be working on more like a response resolution kind of a more IT-oriented SLAs versus we all look at how can we move towards the business process management, right? The more business, the more outcome-based SLAs. And it's obviously okay to be at any part of the journey. Somewhere you have to start. Right? It is not that you always have to focus towards business outcome. You may be at level 0 today. You want to start with IT. You want to start with the basic processes of looking at people and technology, right? And that is where the crux would be, that how can we introduce a shift, bring technology, and start impacting different levels of maturity for managed services and bring that efficiencies, right? I could use like simple examples, right? You have a good amount of ledgers, you have a good amount of paperwork written down in shelves, you have a lot of infrastructure sitting in your old real estate, right? And that could be as simple as moving all of them to cloud. Right, that is a very basic thing that I think Sundar, you're part of the team, and it could be as simple as IT saving, bringing that efficiencies into managed services and pushing that lever from a basic, human life and human assets that is stored into cloud. That could be. Second thing is looking at the end-to-end business process, right? That could be the other end of the spectrum. An example would be something like a claims process, right? And you say that, hey, I am going to look at my end-to-end claims process. I look at my customer who's trying to do his medical health checkups and everything, and going back and doing his renewals over the period of time, and then impacting the overall renewal process of his insurance policy or the returns of the claims that is happening, right? So this entire process can be broken down, and you can bring IT, you can bring technology, own the end-to-end process and see what it can be done. So we have worked with customers where typically in a traditional world, it used to take, an example is a renewal process of insurance would take 15 to 16 days. Where you do your biometric, you send it to the agency sends it further to the next hub, skip and jump, and it goes to the final portal, my portal of insurance, right, for the customer. Can we break that down? What is the efficiency that we can bring in? How can we bring more scalable? Because open enrollment period, we all know, it happens in 1 month, 2 months, and you really need to scale up your infrastructure at that point in time, right? So more scalable infrastructure, moving much more elastic in nature, and do that and get that out for the customer. So that could be another piece of it. And third would be like in this COVID sense, I'm sure we all have realized that it has to be more remote, right? We cannot be physical everywhere, right? And you have to work through the sets of humans and not being able to reach to the extent where it is. And you can take examples of even the cyclones, right? So to understand the impact of cyclones, you don't have to really visit every area. You can use a combination of like drones and maybe image processing, and figure out how the destruction is tied back to the area of impact, and then act accordingly, to the government or whatever it is. So that is how I would look at it. Try to bring these use cases, look at your basic IT, don't go very aggressive, start with the fundamentals, and then touch upon your business processes and go to the outcome-based model. So that is what I would give as an example. I know other folks might contribute more and then talk about it, so I'll rest it for now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ritesh. That was quite interesting. Actually, I have a bit of an insurance background, so that's quite interesting to hear those stories there. Moving on to you, Srini, what's your take on this point?
Right. So I think, in terms of the way technology has evolved, right, and rapidly changing, I think what we are looking at is going beyond the traditional definition of shared services and managed services, right? It is going towards advanced shared services organization, right, where value creation now becomes a lot more important, right? Now, aspects of what is happening is with the advances in technology, right, we are going beyond process simplification and standardization. We are actually looking at modernizing the work processes to take advantages of the digitalization of those processes, right? looking at certain aspects are, what I call, moving beyond process standardization. We are looking at real-time monitoring of processes, right? Robotics or robotic process automation has been majorly about, delivering value and consistency and stuff like that. But we are going beyond that now, and we are saying use robotics for exceptions and identifying risk, right? That's the second aspect of how technology has been really fueling, the optimization of shared services and managed services, right? The next one is, I would say, collaborative technology, right? Knowledge management, best practice sharing, aspects of the tools that we bring within the organization. Now, the last 8 months, we've been all working remotely, right? So the importance of bringing collaborative practices and looking at it from knowledge management perspective, and looking at it from best practice sharing perspective, right? It's not about co-location anymore. It's about how do we manage the whole distribution of workforce across various geographies, right? I think those aspects of technology, I think, have really taken us to the next level in terms of how we look at shared services, and that is changing across, right? Not just from an IT and IT-enabled services perspective. If I look at it from even financial services perspective, we at State Street basically, help our, asset managers and asset servicing institutional clients from a servicing perspective, both back office, middle office, and all of that, right? How has that changed from, adoption of cloud enablement technologies to deliver the right set of services, right, from an operations perspective to those clients? So things have really leapfrogged, I would say, in the last 8 to 12 months, both in terms of how it has changed our perspective, but also those perspectives have slowly become a reality, right? As the technology is fueling that shift from traditional managed services to advanced shared services models.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Srini. Raju, coming to you, what's your take on this point about how technology is helping to improve cost and risk optimization?
Sure, Sundar. Thanks for giving the opportunity, and thanks for CII and PwC to inviting me to be on this panel, first of all. A very interesting topic, right? We are all living in this pandemic world. And, my situation is quite interesting because I would say Silicon Valley Bank is a late entrant into adopting the GEC concept per se, but we are not new to the outsourcing or the shared services model, but managed services in-house, getting into the GEC segment is a little bit late, But at the same time, the pandemic has given me huge opportunity, the way that the thought process is and the thinking about how we can change things, right? With respect to leveraging the GEC capabilities overall, right? And in combination of in-house, the vendor management side of it on both sides of it, right? And that, the thought process has changed from pure back office operations being used as a support mechanisms and stuff, and a little bit on the technology side, to thinking in the direction of how we can completely execute the product development from here, right? So the thought process has shifted significantly in that direction. So given that and how we leverage the technology specifically for enabling that, especially with agile transformations and the technology transformations and all those notions, where more and more people started thinking about it's a colo and everybody has to be colo and the pod has to be in one location to make it happen, to the shift of everybody is distributed, right? there are a couple of key areas from the technology standpoint that we will be more and more reliant and utilizing those technologies. Right, one is on the collaboration front, using all these communication channels, Zoom or WebEx or online collaboration tools. Microsoft has variant versions of whiteboarding technologies and whatnot, right? All these aspects, and also to the other extent where the risk mitigating factor of it, right? The security aspects of it, and being from the banking technologies in the bank, the more and more worry that we used to have before with respect to the governance and security aspects of it. Now we are leveraging these technologies, being it on the cloud fronts or whatnot, just to make sure we are mitigating those and we have better governance controls in place, right? So the cloud technology is significantly enabling us to mitigate those risks as well. And it's kind of distributed, it's not just from the GEC standpoint, it's across the board for that matter, right? Being our vendors, enabling our vendors and then correlating between the vendor resources and our in-house resources and enabling them and empowering them to the right levels with the right technology solutions, and then protecting them from the back with the right tools, right? So that they focus on what they have to deliver while we are caring more about what we have to care from the banking standpoint.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Opportunities, and the pandemic has, in a way, I see that has helped us out to accelerate the journeys, big time.
Sure. Wonderful. So thanks for that. So on this question, therefore, I say, I heard a broad range of views. One was about how it has to be use case driven and how we want to go to a outcome based SLAs. We talked about how it's okay to start at whichever point of the maturity level you are in and then grow from there. We talked about moving up the value chain as processes are moving from just simplification to digitalization using newer technologies. We talked about how collaboration technology is helping to drive better best practice sharing and helping to lower costs and risks across multiple geographies, sometimes even across continents and so on. And that's particularly important in a remote working model, because even within a given location, all the people may not be coming to office on a given day. Fantastic. Now, moving on to the next question. This I'll start with Chandra. So, in terms of either your external customer or your internal customers, as may be the case, how do you see the asks coming back to shared services teams changing or managed services teams changing in recent times in light of COVID? And what specific technologies are you seeing as being critical to meet these requirements? Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you, Sundar. I think it's a great question, and couple of things that we have seen, right? With the COVID situation coming on board and with shared services having bulk of a delivery setup compared to the global side, right? So typically in our case, like in FIS, right? The global teams have more of sales representatives on the locations in geographies, whereas the shared services essentially are the driving force or the driving engine behind the organization. Now, as part of this whole work from home, what has significantly happened is the ask for self-services. Okay, do it yourself is one of the key asks that have come in, because the ease of calling someone and getting that done has significantly changed. The interacting models have changed. So we are seeing a spike in, for example, from an internal stakeholders, we are seeing a significant spike in queries from people saying that how can we do stuff ourselves? I think it has started taking time also from a perspective of collaboration, because earlier what you could have sort of got done in a 5 minutes or a 10 minutes time, it requires now half an hour, because the way you interact and you explain with people, that has significantly also changed, right? So I think tools wise, pretty much from FIS perspective, we have seen a lot of uptake on online collaboration tools and do-it-yourself self-help tools as well, right? And that has driven a lot of asks for automation. So whatever we plan to automate in, let's say, 6 months or 7 months, we have to shrink it down to sort of bring it up on an aggressive scale of 2 months or 3 months, because we have to cater to all the people having different nuances of their technologies in their house. People have different kinds of network connectivity. A lot of people are working do-it-yourself. So earlier, when you would come to the office, you wouldn't want to have a do-it-yourself kind of a model, right? You would have a laptop or a desktop. Now, many people are moving towards a do-it-yourself model. So they have their own variant of laptops. So security asks becomes paramount as well. How do we sort of cater to infrastructure security within the organization? How do people access the information? You have got green rooms and you've got black rooms and you've got blue rooms. You've got all those colored rooms. So those asks become also very interestingly enabled. External customer wise, I would say the ask hasn't significantly changed because of COVID. I think there is a fundamental shift in the business model, wherein earlier a lot of customers would go in for your monolithic product-based systems for their internal purposes, right? Now, with the power of work from home has shown that we can work through a lot of cloud-based technologies. And that has almost driven customers from a perspective of renegotiating deals with us, saying that can we start having more microservice-based models? Can we pick up services as you go like Amazon or anyone else, right? I mean, rather than giving me a monolithic applications, can we start nitpicking services from you and then integrate it together into a single space? So, customers are also changing their behaviors, external clients and customers, they're changing their behaviors to tweak their own financial model in which they want to buy products from the different product organizations as well. It's not now any more monolithic based products. Can we have individual microservice based models of products? And that also has led to an aggressive way of us selling to customers, right? So I don't think it is going to change any feature. I think it's going to become more aggressive. The information technology is becoming more and more individualistic, customizable, but at the speed of delivery, which is very agile. And security, I'm sure everyone in this room and people hearing would have realized that the amount of cybersecurity attacks that we have seen in the last couple of months is phenomenal, right? And DDoS attacks sort of bring down your networks. They sort of hog up all the client activity. So there is a lot of paradigm shift, or I would say what organizations thought we would do in 6 years or 2 years or 3 years has significantly brought down to 6 months.
Correct. Thanks, Chandra. I think it's pretty interesting you say that, because I have faced the same problem now since I went to work from home. I would much rather solve the problem myself than get an IT guy to guide me through it. So I just tell me where the internal wiki is. I'll solve it for myself. Earlier, I could just take it to the IT pod inside the office. It was a 5-minute job. Now explaining to them for half an hour is so painful. I would rather do it myself. So yeah, I absolutely relate to that. So moving on to you, Ritesh, what's your take on this in terms of how internal or external customer asks have changed in post-COVID times, and how is that impacting the choice of technologies?
Sure, I think I resonate with what Chandra just spoke about, right, with respect to how the internal customer organizations are also thinking differently, and while you are looking at the external world, right, they are consumers. So if you look at it, COVID definitely has impacted business. There was a steep downfall in consumption, markets started shutting down, parks closing down, and whatnot, right? So obviously, there's a lot of thought about how can I, while my top line is going down, my bottom line remains the same, right? So can I cut cost immediately through whatever mechanisms, right? And that is where, as Chandra said, the whole focus on automation, though it was there for a very long time, but it took a very next level rigor in terms of every exec's mind, in terms of how can I use it, right? And that is where the focus of the digital twin, right? If I am an IT staff, who's my digital twin? Who's the bot that can help me to save my time to do certain things and let it do on its own? So a lot of digital twins coming into place, taking the end-to-end business process. And that is where the whole automation industry and the products took a next level jump there, right? The whole focus from traditional robotic process to intelligent process automation towards the knowledge-based automation. So what humans think, can these bots execute those things? So that was a renewed focus, I would say. It has jumped 10 times to save organizations from a bottom line perspective, and not just on the efficiency. I think it also helped them more focus on the effectiveness of what work requires to be done, right? If an inventory check has to be done, instead of an inventory guy going and tick marking things, can it be done through an AI/ML bot? That is one part of it. Now, if you look at it on the digital channels, there was a renewed focus. a lot of people watching content on media, a lot of people using their TV set-top boxes more than what it is because everybody's at home, right? Your work and your life both came into one single room and people were trying to figure out, right? So a lot of focus were there in terms of, use case based in terms of prediction of failures, right? The user experience became critical, right? If these digital channels fail, I will potentially lose my consumer, right? That is how the focus has changed. And that was, I have seen at least a lot of my media consumers, a lot of my digital channel consumer technology companies, phone companies, they're focusing on prediction of failures and sending certain prescriptive measures to fix it. Like we spoke about self-service, and you also spoke about it, right? So prescribing what needs to be done before the failures happen. And one day I was struggling with my phone when I was on my line with my boss trying to figure out, and the Airtel things and my couple of vendors kind of collapsed together. So that was an important use case to look at, and that is absolutely important. That is how they focused at it. I would just like to bring one more point in terms of how the consumer behavior also changes, right? Because a shop at a petrol pump which used to sell more coffee and cigarette is selling milk and cookies, right? Is the pattern that is changing over a period of time from a consumer post-COVID. That impacts. So with this whole, globally, the whole Cyber 8 or the Cyber Monday, however we call it, right? They wanted to understand more because their store channels has gone down drastically, right? The traffic in the stores have collapsed. The traffic on the digital media has exponentially grown up, right? Volumes have increased 8 times. So they want to know what is my digital media going to be? Am I converting enough prospects into consumers, right? So that is how the customers and their solution towards it has changed, I would say, and especially with the pandemic, post-pandemic situation, more and more focus towards these actions have exponentially gone up, and the solutions towards it have also gone up.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. So Karthik, coming to you, what's your take? I mean, as a service provider, which is in a very critical position in the market in terms of the value that you bring, what's your take? What are you seeing as changes in customer demands, and how is that impacting your choice of technologies to meet those demands?
Sure, sir. So before I start there, I should say the main part about trusting the do-it-yourself approach, there is the flip side as well. Like my hair is a victim of that right now. So there are always advantages to going to the managed service model as well, right? So having said that, so it's interesting for me because my responses here would probably be more from a product and a requirement perspective as well, rather than purely on the shared services side. So one big area, for example, is any business, any retail customer-focused business, right? Whether it's small or large, where the lack of footfall right now is the largest problem for, the companies, the organizations, right? So right from if you're a small retail shop to whether you're a Chroma or Tata Motors or a big showroom, how do you make up for the lack of customer footfall, right? So providing the whole virtual experience to a customer to have the same level of confidence in terms of being able to make a buying decision online, right? So that is a major area in terms of how some of the requirements to us has changed. So previously, in terms of looking at some of the collaboration solutions that we have, some of the contact center solutions that we have, now the onus is on trying to pull that together to basically enable that, the experience for the customers to be almost the same as though they were actually, at the showroom, right? So that's one aspect. The other is obviously because of the entire remote working, requirement, right, that everybody's got. Now, the IT teams and the provider teams are basically the silent warriors through the last 8 months. They've been the ones that have enabled all of this, to work the right way, right? So for providers, for some of the digital transformation enablers, the key thing has been, on the one hand, because office traffic has gone down, ideally you want a lot of bandwidth reduction in all of your office spaces, right? But on the other hand, this also enables some of your decision making, because a lot of organizations in India, even today, pretty much have centralized internet access policies, for example. That, to take one simple example, you still do not break out directly, whether it's for browsing or whether it's to your IaaS or PaaS services on, AWS, for example, right? They tend to go through their infra, their security infra at the headquarters or hub sites and DR sites, and then break out to the cloud. This period, like a lot of the guests have already said, has forced companies to rethink that model. So we are again trying to see if a distributed model actually makes more sense if you have the right type of security, that is. So that is where, again, a concept like SASE, SASE, right, Secure Access Service Edge, which is about moving security more closer to the edge and to the user, rather than today, traditionally, how you're trying to bring the user to your security platform and then breaking out. So things like SASE, in terms of the adoption, may take much, maybe much faster today than initially the foreseen time of say 3 to 5 years. Right. So those type of newer technology in terms of the adoption, obviously, that's more today. And similar to what Ritesh sir was just saying, the whole predictive analysis side of things, right? Now you have remote maintenance actually tied to it. Because previously you could at least action something based either automatically or based on infra that you had. But increasingly now, remote maintenance becomes very important, and whether you have the right type of, say, IoT solutions to enable that, right? Or even looking at something as simple as, do you have the right battery lifetime for a product that you've deployed where you don't want to go back and do maintenance, say, for 5 years or 7 years? You don't really want to send people and keep looking at it every 6 months, right? So those are the types of things where the way companies are looking at where their investment should go has changed quite a bit, over the last year.
Right. So it's interesting. I think I learned two things there. One is this SASE term. I hadn't heard this before, so thanks for that. And second is I'm glad I'm not the only one losing hair during COVID. So that's another additional learning. Thanks for that. And it's interesting. In this question we saw, from an internal perspective, how people are moving towards a self-service model. Particularly the point about how that's all the more important when you're moving away from a standardized infrastructure that you would have in office to now a work from home culture where everybody would have all kinds of devices, all kinds of network access. It's a very important point. And also this concept of a digital twin in place of people. That's also a new learning for me, because we've normally tended to think of digital twins as for equipment, right? I mean, you're going to maintain a piece of equipment, you need a digital twin for that. But a digital twin for a person, so that if that person is not at their work at that spot, at that point in time, can a bot take over and do that person's role? It's a very interesting use case, something that I would definitely explore later. And the point about omni-channel based selling, right, where you want to bring together various channel-based solutions to try and give as close as possible to the real-life experience that somebody would get when, for example, they go into a store where otherwise they would have gone pre-COVID. And lastly, this point about remote or predictive maintenance. So fantastic use cases, all of you. Thank you so much for that. Now, coming to the next question. One of the things that we've seen, and this kind of touches upon this digital twin point, it's kind of a neat segue there, is a lot of companies are moving to what we call as X as a service, where earlier you were selling products which were capital expenditure for the customer, and then subsequently you might sell, let's say, a few spare part solutions or warranty solutions on top of that, but that was about it, right? I mean, as a company who originally sold the equipment, your role pretty much stopped there. Whereas now we are seeing all kinds of new things happening, right? I mean, for example, Ashok Leyland, who we work with very closely, they don't just want to sell trucks. They offer solutions based on AWS to small fleet operators, where thanks to the telematics data they're collecting from the truck, they're able to look at driver behavior patterns and feed that information back to the fleet owner. Or they use that information to feed back to insurers so that insurers can take more informed choices when they are doing, for example, marine insurance, or things like, they're also looking at it to try and prevent theft. So, for example, if a truck stops at a place where it shouldn't be stopping, or if the weight sensor is suddenly showing a change in weight at a place where it shouldn't be showing it, is that a potential theft happening, right? So these are the kind of models that we are seeing evolving, where shared services players, where manufacturers are becoming sort of service providers also, if you will, right? So, and that's how this whole X as a service concept has come up. So, Srini, let me start with you there. Based on what you have seen, Srini, how do you see this space evolving over the course of the next few years? And what are some of the trends that you foresee?
Yeah, sure. It's a great question, right? So I go back to, I think, one of the things that Chandra was mentioning about how the demand or the asks of users have changed, right, in this new way of working. And one of the things that he was mentioning was, aspects of, shared services being sold as microservices, right? So if you look at it, I'm trying to bring the analogy of, bring the, drivers of both shared services and cloud enablement, right? to look through a common lens, right? And if we look at what are the drivers for cloud enablement or anything as a service or X as a service, or take shared services, right? There are certain common drivers, that you can look at it, right? First one, flexibility, right? It gives us the flexibility to use a pool of or a COE or a talent pool that you've created in the shared services model across various things that you may want to train them and get their expertise on, right? Flexibility in a cloud enablement model as well, or pay as you go, right? I think you may not want to pay for the availability of certain compute or storage through the entire period of time, but only when you use it, right? I think that's the first driver, flexibility and pay as you go, right? Look at then economies of scale, right? I think that's again a important driver. Both models, both cloud enablement or anything as a service, is also bringing up, with shared services again, right? The third one I would say is ease of use and deployment, right? I want, I've already set up shared services for HR, finance, and stuff like that. Now I have a new office to be opened up somewhere in Asia Pac. Can I use the same shared service to rapidly deploy those functions, right? That's the kind of ease of use of deployment. And also similarly for anything as a service, if I've already established messaging as a service, that I'm using for my trades or trading platform, right? Can I use that same messaging as a service as a communication mechanism for delivering reports now to my customers, right? Or delivering data to my customers, right? So how do we kind of plug those things together in a much more easy and a seamless way, right? And finally, organizational structures, right? I think both of them kind of bring together certain aspects of consolidation, centralization, and rationalization of organizational structures, both from a shared services model and from a cloud enablement model, right? So those are the basic drivers of both, right? So what I see going forward is, in the past, we've had organization implement shared services programs or managed services programs, but now they are going ahead and implementing their cloud enablement strategies and their multi-cloud strategies that are coming together. Now, when these two aspects come together and the drivers basically are exactly the same, the synergies that you bring together for optimization and for creating a larger value, creating agility, nimbleness, being able to react to the changes much faster, is really increasing multifold, right? And I think that is what is going to be the differentiator from the previous versions of shared services model to the model of shared services where we now also have anything as a service. Quick example I would like to take. We are moving from, as State Street, we are moving from a traditional in-house built a large data warehouse on a Oracle Exadata platform to something we call data warehouse as a service on AWS and Azure, both, right? Now, what is driving that kind of a migration for us is the ability to harness these four drivers that I talked about. Can I do flexibility and pay as you go? Can I look at only the storage part of it and remove it, pay only for the storage? I may not need the compute really, but I may just need the storage part of it, right? I think data warehousing as a service now kind of provides you that capability, which previously did not exist, right? Economies of scale. Can I have a centralized structure of how we do analytics on top of the data that we have today, right? I think so. I think these two things coming together is really driving that aspect of optimization and taking the value to the next level is really happening now. And I see that going in a much faster pace in the next 2-3 years.
Wonderful. So there's interesting, some of the examples that you spoke of there, particularly with regard to how organization structures are also evolving with the way the technologies are evolving, because I can relate to this coming from Amazon, where the retail side of Amazon, it used to be a monolithic application till about 10, 12 years back. And when they decomposed that into 350 plus microservices, even the IT team was organized into 350 different small, teams, which we call as 2 pizza teams, which means a team which can be fed by no more than 2 pizzas, which means small self-contained teams, which each runs their service, and they are completely autonomous and they're able to work independent of each other, which is what allows us to be extremely agile. I mean, on an average, on a work day, we do one production change every 6.6 seconds, for example, something that we are quite proud of. So thanks for that example. Coming back to you, Karthik, I mean, as a service provider, I'm sure you've seen quite a few of such examples too, where people are moving away from, core products to making the product itself a service. Any thoughts you want to share there?
Sure. Yep. One obvious thing, firstly, is that, I think the openness to, some of the larger shared services side of things and, opening up some of the areas that they previously wouldn't have has definitely changed a little. And why that is probably even to the extent of, how hiring today is not the same as it was, 8 months ago, right? So previously you could afford to have larger teams doing what they were, but now you're constantly rethinking whether you really have enough of a business value in doing that or not. And any of these newer technologies that you take up, right, whether it's cloud security now going hand in glove with cloud all the time, whether it's something like software-defined WAN where you're looking at the next stage of network. So through all of these things, the idea basically constantly is, one, how is your skill set? Would you go for a hybrid model, or would you go for a complete, sort of a shared service and an outsourced model? And two, from more of a business value perspective, is that, feeding back into what you're trying to do and what your direction is, maybe in the next 3 to 5 years. So, and this tends to be varied depending on the customer base, right? So for example, if you take SD-WAN as just an example, you have the technology companies, the ITES companies, moving at a faster rate. You have manufacturing, which today is very much ready to, go and get more internet into their network rather than the older private MPLS type network forms. And then you have banks and financial institutions who still have to play the regulation angle and compliance angle as well. So it's probably a combination of all these three, right? When you're looking at what works best for you. And again, from an optimization perspective, this automatically leads to other things where if you go through cloud enablement, does that mean a lot of the infra that you have at your offices can actually come down, right? You hear about a lot of people closing down real estate space right now, right? Similarly, tied to that is all of the other functions that you have, right? From an infrastructure perspective, whether it's with a service provider like us, or whether it's, to all of the other, managed service components you can think of, all of those now tend to take a different shape, right? In terms of where the support organization is coming from. So all of these, the resources working remotely, how do you actually look at the security for those resources? So I think those are the points that, come to the fore, so to speak, right now than things that they've thought through in the past.
Wonderful, Karthik. I think that was interesting. And especially in an area like SD-WAN, which earlier used to be a physical entity, now being software defined, which means now it is consumable as a service. And you don't have to be too worried as a user that what lies behind that software layer. That's a great example. Thanks for that. Now, moving to our next question. This is, we're kind of changing track a bit here. Now, with this, move to work from home, companies which have been traditionally in this shared services or managed services space, they have over a period of time developed very good models for how to calculate productivity of people, etc. And that informs their pricing decisions for the projects they bid on. It informs their hiring decisions, their space requirement decisions, blah, blah, blah. So many such decisions are very closely linked to productivity measures. But now with people working from home and even for the foreseeable future, likely to spend a considerable amount of their time working from home, even if there is a return, people might be rotating. You will have A teams, B teams, C teams, each rotating from time to time, or blue teams, green teams, whatever terminology you would like to use. So in light of all of this, the more people I speak to in the shared services and managed services industry, there is a lot of thinking happening about how are productivity measures going to change in this new world. And I'd love to get from our experts here their thoughts in terms of how are companies looking at productivity measures in this new world, and how are they likely to change, and how would that impact the way they see their business? So let me start with you first, Chandra. I mean, what's your take on this?
Thanks, Sundar. Interesting question, and we have been debating that over here as well. I will start with a small example. Earlier, if I had to resolve a certain problem, I could just walk up to that guy or call him for 5 minutes and do it. Right now, we schedule a half an hour call, and by the bicycle shed problem that is there is you might not have topics to discuss, but you definitely take up all the half an hour. So what is happening is the productivity on one hand is becoming difficult to even think about, because the time you spend in trying to explain through a collaborative software, which sort of impedes your physical interaction, has become a significant problem. That's one. I think the way I have done it over here within FIS, and we all are looking here, is the productivity matrix or productivity measurement is moving from a utilization model, which is how much of people are being utilized and to what extent, to more of an output driven model, is what is the outcome of the productivity leading to. Because I'm not able to see, so to put it differently, rather than productivity being a measure of your success, measure of the road or the work to your success, productivity is now slowly changing towards the success matrix itself. Because you're not able to monitor the people day in, day out. You're not able to see that person being working, right? So it's not a question of how many hours you have spent or how many tickets you have resolved in how much hours. I think the question right now is going to be more driven towards what is the output that is coming out based on the time that you're working, because you can work 8 hours, but you do not work 8 hours at a span now. You can work 8 hours in different intermittent shifts, right? So the legacy way of thinking about productivity, which is how much people are being utilized with how much work, right? How many floors I'm building in a day, has significantly changed to what is the construction output that is coming out as part of the time. You can choose to work in the middle of the night for all I care, but what is the outcome of the event that you have worked on? So I think productivity is going to significantly change the model of pricing as well, as you said. Earlier, we used to use productivity to measure how many seat capacities. Typically, a shared service or call center would use that as a classic example, right? Is what is the number of seats I want to have and how many people. Given foreseeable future, people won't come back to office. One of the things that we are looking at is that matrix itself is redundant right now. So one of the ways that we have been looking at is the matrix that we have to define productivity. What were the usage of them? And now sort of looking at the new COVID situation or work from home, how many of those actually serve any fruitful purpose rather than being just a number over there, right? And that is, I wouldn't say anybody has a very clear answer. I would be very surprised if anybody has cracked that problem. But I definitely think one of the main focus is to move towards output-driven measurement and success-driven measurement rather than the work-driven measurement, which was earlier the case with productivity.
Thank you, Chandra. That's pretty interesting you say that, because the more people I speak to, when they talk about moving away towards away from productivity-based measures, time-based measures to outcome-based measures. To your point, nobody has yet cracked the code on that, right? I mean, whether it be like huge global SIs or whether it be smaller ITES shops based in South India, it doesn't matter. Everybody I speak to is still kind of grappling with that problem. That if it's taking longer to explain the problem, is it the fault of the guy who's fixing the problem? Or is it just the corollary to the situation we find ourselves in? It's a great point. So moving on to you, Raju, what would your take on this topic be? You are on mute, Raju.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. It's bang on the points that Chandra has mentioned, right? We are actually evaluating the similar scenarios on how exactly we have to measure the productivity. being it the time based, I don't think it's going to work out anymore. With people around so many locations, the flexibility that we are thinking of giving it to them on what time frames they have to work on, it's going to change rapidly, right? So measuring the people's work on time is not going to be a factor anymore from the KPI standpoint. That's absolutely clear. But some certain things that I'm learning here is even to the point of we are actually thinking in the same direction of giving the flexibility to the resources on what time frame they work, or 3 different chunks, morning, afternoon, evening, to collaborate with different time zones and people and things like that. But there are certain restrictions and governance aspects of it to that as well, right? So we have to think about how do we measure those and how do we comply with those governance aspects of it as well, right? When it comes to the productivity measurements. So those are certain challenges. And and to the point about what is the true value of the product that we are delivering, it's going to be multifold. Real estate is going to be a big player in that. And how are we equipping our resources, right, with respect to what kind of technology and tools we are providing them. And even if you go to the cloud side of it, right, and enable them, deploy the cloud solutions for the resources to start working and developing on that. And the compute is not always there. We don't need the compute for them all the time, right? How do we circulate that? And how do we feed that information, and how much compute the user or the resources are using to actually produce something to us? So that's the other kind of measurement that we are definitely looking at, and coming up to the model of, even from the shared services model or GEC model or whatever we want to term it as, if we have to present it back as a use case or a business case to the business and say, this is what it's going to cost, right? How do we measure all these aspects, that are coming into play now because of the pandemic situation, right? Otherwise, earlier we never used to bother too much about the equipment cost or the maintenance cost or the measurements around it, and overall, even now, if you look at the security landscape overall, there is a impact to the security side of it, and how do we measure that aspect, right? The data governance aspects of it, right? And then providing that as a solution back to the thing. So that's one aspect, right? And the second and other key most important aspect, as I just want to bring it up here, is putting the technology aside, is also this notion of how do we measure and make sure that satisfaction rates, right, from both internal as well as external, the employee base as well as the external client base, right? Whether being remote, how culturally the shifts is happening with respect to the corporate values and the systems around it, right? So how do we measure those, and how effectively we are empowering and enabling the resources and making sure they understand the corporate cultures as well, and then produce the output accordingly, right? So all these, everything is now up in the air, and everybody is trying to grapple and trying to understand how we have to come up with the right numbers to measure it, and on all aspects. It's not just the technological aspects of it, product costing aspects of it, employee satisfaction aspects of it, and then client satisfaction as well. So all these angles, I think we are all in it together to solve somehow.
Yeah, thank you for that, Raju. That was interesting. Especially the governance aspects around this, because I've been speaking to a few people as well, and there has been talk about, can we instrument people's laptops to put in devices which would keep track of which screens, how much of time they're spending on, etc. And I actually got some interesting feedback on that. For example, insurance and NBFC companies, they thought they knew how their people's patterns of working were. But when they actually started seeing the data coming from the solutions, it was quite different. Like, for example, some agents, some insurance agents, they had preferences of when they would call customers, when they would be sitting and doing their paperwork, etc. Whereas others were doing it at different points, etc. So very, very different worlds they've been in. So yeah, thanks for that. Moving to Ritesh. Ritesh, what's your take on this whole topic of productivity KPIs changing?
Yeah, so Sundar, I think it was interesting point that I could hear from the rest of the panels, and I started thinking, right, how should I structure this when you ask the question? See, actually, I would look at productivity in three aspects. One is productivity related to effort related to cost, right, in terms of what impacts your managed services and your people. Second is productivity tied back to an outcome delivered to the customer in terms of the schedule and things like that. And third is the whole motivational aspect of how do I boost productivity, right, of an individual, right? At the end of the day, they are human beings working, to achieve something for your organization. So, see, there have been certain processes already in place, especially the first one, which should continue. I would say the initial process around your value stream mapping of your work, right? Converting the productivity to an effort to the cost of it. Your value stream mapping, how can you really look at the traditional Lean and Six Sigma methods? That should continue. Because that has good amount of value in terms of measuring productivity into effort and then defining what level of people that you can introduce to execute, what level of automation that you can introduce to execute. So I believe that needs to continue. That will have a good long-term impact on the managed services field as well as in terms of different level people that come in to execute programs, right? The second one is in terms of the outcome, right? Influencing productivity towards the outcome. And that is where the whole shift towards agile DevOps pods, right, has kind of generated a good amount of KPIs, right? Instead of, as we said, right, I think we spoke about more outcomes, right? So one of the critical aspects, even the earlier session I heard somebody talking about commitment reliability, right? In terms of if I'm committing something, am I consistently meeting it? Using those KPIs to really look at, instead of micromanaging every hour, every second, in terms of what it is doing. So I think that is in place, and we will continue to focus on that aspect of the KPI, the more of velocity, more of your commitment reliability to push productivity further, right? And third is from a human resource side, right? I'm pretty sure we have to start building something. I know there is a good amount of churn analytics and all out there, but definitely the human resource aspect of it has to be taken and understand that people are stressing. The day doesn't end, right? From morning 7 to night, it continues, and you are doing both. You are kind of mixing your work-life balance. Somewhere you're hurting yourself, somewhere you are hurting the company. You don't know. So how is the motivational levels of people? And this is an area I would say new for us to derive some KPIs, right? How the human angle is impacted. How can we motivate people so that they become more productive in this environment? Right? This remote working is not going to go away. The school and the kitchen and the office being in the same place is not going to go away. So we have to divide. That's the third thing I would say. I personally do not have a solution, but I've seen churn analytics of the market being introduced in the talent management space now, trying to understand how people are more effective. Are we seeing attrition? Are we seeing, demotivation and those things? So that will be a third aspect, but I will leave it to that for now, for more of us to think about it.
Thanks for that, Ritesh. I mean, it's kind of interesting you say that because, this whole thing about work-life balance and how that is affecting motivation levels, which in turn obviously has an impact on productivity. I think it's too early for people to comment on that because I suspect it will also very much vary by industry. Some of us who are continuing to work from home, we may still have it a little easy, but people who are forced to go out to work at a pandemic time, the risks that they carry, how it is weighing on their minds, etc., I don't think we fully understand that yet. I think it's going to be a while before people can truly put a framework in place to measure this. So that kind of brings me to the last question, which I want to put 1 minute to each of you, similar to what happened in the previous panel, which is if each of you had to give a 1 minute piece of advice to companies which are looking to how to optimize cost and risk at a time like this, what would be that 1 or 2 key pieces of advice you would give? So let me start with Karthik. So Karthik, what's your take on that?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, the first thing, obviously, I think from an employee and a user perspective is to keep it simple, right? So just because things are happening remotely, if we start to overthink things like on the security side, if you have multiple VPNs, for example, and if you're making the employee jump through 3 or 4 different hoops before they're able to access something, that really doesn't cut it, right? So one thing is obviously you need to keep it as simple as possible, as easy as possible for them, right? Second thing, obviously, it depends on whether you were more towards a bring your own device, bring your own site, or if you were, more on, providing everything, right? You have to achieve kind of the right balance right now, because it can't be about either extreme. And whichever place you are in, you want to make sure whether your security is actually built to that. And the third bit is offer them everything you can from a motivation perspective, from a productivity perspective. So as a couple of the guests were saying, the idea is not coming up with newer things, but actually coming up with a process for looking at things that you already had. So for example, if you look at sales teams, the amount of Salesforce analysis, for example, that was available is extremely good. But how much time were they spending looking at those results previously versus now, right? Similarly, from our perspective, we had tools where you're sending a customer a document. It's a 2-page brochure. Are they reading through it completely or not is something you could gauge. There were already tools for that. But were you doing that, right? So this is now the time to make those more habits, so that whether it's now or things change, you can actually stick to those and get more out of what you already had. So I think that was my main point.
Got it. Thanks, Karthik. Srini, over to you. What would your parting advice for our audience be? Srini, you there?
Sorry.
Srini, you might be on mute.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible now. So
Yeah,
I think we are in a unique time where there are multiple, aspects of things that are evolving, right? I think the whole aspect of remote working and that staying for a longer period of time, the aspect of cloud and infrastructure, evolvement, to the next level, artificial intelligence coming together, the technology revolution that we are going through. I think organization need to plan for all of these things in a way that they all come together, right? And the point of intersection of all of these is your workforce, is your employee, or is your people, right? And I think that is where the largest investment needs to go in these times, because these are uncertain times, and we don't know actually how these aspects of remote working over a larger period of time will really change the habits and the commitment of a particular employee or a person towards the goal or the vision of the organization is, right? I think those are the things which you need to look at, tie back, empower your employee, look at ways of engaging and renewing that commitment, right? And I think only you will get the commitment only when you put the commitment in, right? And I think that's where the majority of the investment of time and strategy needs to go in the next 2-3 years, is what I think.
Got it. So Chandra, coming to you, what would your parting advice be?
I think 2 things. One is every organization is going through the drills of reducing the cost, looking at the real estate, infrastructure, bring your own device. So I won't go into that spiel. I think everybody is doing their due diligence. What I have been seeing in my exposure is the focus on people. And I think Raju did mention that as an important aspect. My parting advice and what I'm trying to work with my team and my group as well is the work-life balance is completely distorted, and I don't know if anybody realizes the amount of stress and exhaustion that has already built into the system. So when the people are going to come back to office or even think about coming back to the office, you're already looking at a workforce which is without any leave, totally exhausted, and still continue to deliver. So, and that is the fundamental problem that I'm seeing because of that is the innovation quotient of individuals are significantly reducing because they are exhausted and tired. They are actually going into a more of a monotonous way of thinking and doing things and not taking that step back to sort of being more creativity. So I think look at the work-life balance, put in framework and policies to enforce work-life balance. Just because you are next to the laptop, desktop in your house doesn't mean you need to get onto the call or look at your emails. I think that's going to be my advice, and that's the most important aspect now.
Got it. Raju, parting thoughts?
Sure. Absolutely agree with Chandra there. This has given us the opportunity, right? A challenge has become an opportunity, but at the same time, organizations have to think about how to balance it, right? Definitely, there are areas where, being the transformation space or cloud adoption space or whatnot, everywhere there is expedited way of doing things now, and organizations are leveraging them more and more. Digitizations with respect to providing the solutions to the client base or whatnot, and leveraging the technology landscape as well, and transforming their internal systems landscape overall to more of a digitized platforms or whatnot. Everything is expedited, but at the same time they have to step back and absolutely think about their workforce for the long term, right? And how do they balance it? And today probably the workforce has been forced to do that, right? Where they have to, they don't have any other choice. They are just sitting home. So they got used to the habit of just checking and started working on the things that they have to do. But you cannot expect that once things gets to the normalcy, even though there is an opportunity of, everybody working remote, but at the same time, you cannot expect that the resource is available for you 24/7.
Got it. Thanks, Raju. Thanks, Raju. Thanks, Raju. So, Ritesh, rather than get you to answer that question, let me get you to answer the one question that we have from the audience. The audience question is that, despite us having more tools like Zoom or MS Teams or whatever, is it that the time which is being spent in communications between leaders and teams, is it going up in light of working remotely? Is that affecting productivity, etc.? So, Ritesh, any thought on that as our closing comment?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. If you look at it with my personal experience, right, with the tools that are in place, your channels as well as your time of communication will go up, right? It is obvious because we are in a new age where we are trying to build the protocols. We are trying to work together with our employees, build that trust today, right? Because whatever is there in terms of information available on what people are doing when, we have to develop that trust. We have to define those mechanisms, right? So that is what is going up right now. But it is a matter of time, right? When we build these protocols and we know internally that this is the new way to work, and obviously we'll have a much more streamlined measure of, even the concept of, the chai which you used to have in the canteen, that is missing out, right? So that will also come in. I don't think that has come in yet, right? So that has to come into this culture as well, right? So I am definitely seeing this going up to a particular, time frame, and then it getting into BAU where people realizing how to work better, know with what level, how to collaborate and move forward.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that is, I think I would say.
Wonderful. So with that, I think we close the panel. Thanks everybody for your time and patience. So back to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. It was really a very great session and a very informative session that we had. I mean, couldn't have been much better than this. I would like to thank all our panelists here. I would like to thank our session moderator. Before we close, I would invite our session chairman, who has been the guiding force for this entire conference, Mr. Dipankar Chakravarti. Dipankar, the last word from you. May I invite and request Mr. Dipankar Chakravarti to please share his thoughts, the last words.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for your kind words. It's really a power-packed conclave we had, 4 power-packed sessions. We heard from speakers about their personal experiences, real-life use cases, challenges, and how to overcome those for a better managed and shared service model. I'm really thrilled to hear about futuristic novel business models, operational perspectives, and automation opportunities. And the sessions have covered vast subjects. I mean, from strategy, process, people, technology, value additions, and in the last session, the emerging technology-based use cases, actual use cases. And as is a common practice these days, there were intense discussion on the impact of COVID, and I'm happy to see that all of us showed the way how to use the crisis in a better way. I'm really thankful for that. I'm sure these learnings will go a long way for the service providers, customers, consumers, users, and technology support systems to make a better ecosystem for managed services. And by that, we will have a much better, business of managed services as we are seeing. Eastern region should benefit out of that. I would like to thank all the speakers and panel moderators for such interactive, insightful, and interesting discussions. On behalf of CII, I want to thank Mr. Abhijit Roy, Chairman, Eastern Region, Mr. Shaifuddin Abbasi, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Government of Assam, Sri Tushar Kanti Behera, Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT, Sports and Youth Services, Government of Odisha. Panel moderators, Ms. Ritu Rekha and Mr. VG Sundaram. Speakers, Mr. Torun Daga, Tarun Satya, Mr. Venkatraman SV, Mr. Arindam Banerjee, Ms. Sangeeta Sharma, Mr. Sudhir Banerjee, Mr. Priyaranjan Jha, Ms. Harita Gupta, Mr. Vishnath PS, Mr. Ritesh Hegde, Mr. Raju Chiluvari, Mr. Chandragupta, Mr. Karthik Ramasubramanian, and Mr. Srinivas Prabhakar Rao. I really want to thank Mr. Shoikat Rai Chaudhuri. Frankly, the regional director of CII East, who seeded this idea that why can't we have such a conclave in this region? And by that, we did the first conclave. I'm really thankful to the delegates who have joined us today. Without you, it is not meaningful for having this conclave. Our sincere thanks to the sponsors, PwC, Tata Steel Utility and Infrastructure Services Limited, Earth Group, who supported in this initiative. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks to all from CII who supported and relentlessly worked to make this happen. Rahul Singh, Subrata Banerjee, Archana Nath, Ananya Basu. I might have missed some names, please excuse me, but really without your support and your relentless effort, it would have been possible for us to have this happen. All good things comes to an end. We are closing this session, the conclave, New Normal Rebooting Operations Through Shared and Managed Services conclave. And I'm sure we'll have this as one of the flagship conflicts of Eastern region as we have like ICT innovation. Thank you very much. Let's close it. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. This brings us to the end of the conclave. I wish all participants a very safe and a happy weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.